Excellent. Hope you all enjoy that intro movie. It goes really hard. I'm proud of it. I really enjoy it. Hope you do too. But now it is time to go from just the quick introduction to the concepts and characters to our table talk, and then we're gonna slip right back into our story where we left off. Let's bring everyone over here from the landing page to the lobby, as we are going to begin session 21, path tracing. Um, but before we do that, hello to all of you as my players. It is good to see you again.
Hello.
Oh.
So far, of Table Talk, this is my first broadcast of the week, but that's because I've been doing a lot of behind-the-scenes stuff for the new site that's rolling out for the store, and so I've been doing a lot of banner creation and testing. I'm going through and I'm rewriting almost everything in order to make it more presentable and flow better and to bring kind of a harmony to it. So I've been doing a ton of stuff behind the scenes, and I hope that it'll pay off, locally, or if any of you out there do visit the site, if it inspires you to eventually come out and see the store, cool. I've done my job.
You should. It's great out there.
It's a good store.
As someone who has been literally across an ocean to go see it, it's pretty cool. You should go see it.
And there are plans that I'm not at liberty to discuss, but things are only going to get better if you already liked how it was.
I don't know. A few states over is pretty far.
It is, yep.
Come on, Chameleon.
Compared to the short trip across the ocean.
Yeah, the 14-hour flight that's just to LA and not the additional 12 hours of flying it takes to get from LA to Ohio,
Man, but halfway across the world.
LA to Ohio should not have been a 12-hour flight unless you had a few stops.
No, you stop in Chicago. Usually, Chicago or Dallas.
I did Chicago to Seattle, and that was not even 12 hours. So.
Yeah, no, I had a fun time when I was flying back. It was I was flying out of Erie. I flew into I had to fly into Charlotte first, actually. And I was in Charlotte for like 8 hours, and then from Charlotte to Chicago, and then I was in Chicago for another 6 hours, and then I flew to LA, and then from LA directly home.
Yeah, your layovers were longer than your flights.
For that part,
being stuck in Chicago for 6 hours.
I was in the airport, and I couldn't sleep, so I basically was just sitting there watching videos on my phone.
Mm-hmm.
I'm guessing it was probably O'Hare, so I'm sorry.
Yes, it was, and Chicago O'Hare is actually a relatively nice airport. I'm not gonna lie.
It is, but still, I know the people that go through O'Hare. It's not great.
Yeah, no, it gave me time to rewatch probably one of my favorite tabletop RPG story series of all time, Shadowrun Storytime.
Oh.
And good, yeah, if you haven't seen Shadowrun Stories, I would recommend seeing Shadowrun Storytime. Not for the faint of heart, like mature content warning, but for serial killers and the fact that it's Shadowrun. But yeah.
But you're also watching a Cyberpunk stream with mature settings on, because we're allowed to swear.
Yeah. And some tense adult situations come up in Cyberpunk too.
Yeah.
Well, we're allowed to look at the ceiling and say "fuck."
Yeah.
Yeah, just maybe don't.
The AV spinning overhead. Holy fuck.
It's a dude pendulum.
Holy fuck, that AV is spinning. Oh man, that guy got fucked by barbed fire.
Yeah, he did. And I don't feel bad about it in the slightest. For he was a corporate drone, more than happy to put bullets in our skulls, and so now,
And to be
Get
fair,
wrecked, Chew.
we don't really know what his opinions were on his job.
wow.
Like, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, ew. Pretty much that whole series of events.
Yep.
Yeah, that's why you don't play around. That's why you don't play with sniper rifles, kids.
we
End up shooting an AV out of the air.
we didn't end up having Stardew, but I hope I hope that you're all reset though, Coffee, because of just with everything. It sounded like you had
Yeah.
a pretty epic time if you're up that late on Wednesday with your vampire game.
Yeah, with that ended up going a lot later than I had anticipated because I wanted to touch on everyone at the table. When it came to scenes, we were doing a what are you doing over the course of a week? Sort of a time skip, sort of downtime activities thing. And the scenes ended up going longer than I had anticipated, but I got to everyone.
Good.
We ended the show probably about 2:30 Eastern time.
You did
When
go
I
late.
really should have been in bed and asleep by 2:30 Eastern time because I had to work at 9 a.m. But I was only on 3 hours of sleep by the time I messaged you, and I was intending to take a nap, and then I was like, I'm in bed. It's 7:15, and I am really feeling the need to sleep.
Yep. Well, that's fine. You had an epic session, and there's always other Thursdays. So
Yep.
we'll finish out year 2 because I think we're on the very last day. But we'll
I think
do
we're
that.
on we'll do year 3 when we go back to Stardew, but yeah.
And as you all see out in the audience, I did shill for Coffee Cat here. Make sure you go over and give his channel a look, because not only is
Yes.
it some shared streams with me for Stardew, he appears as a player here in Cyberpunk, and then Coffee gets to appear on his own channel as a player under Lethality, who runs a VTM game
Yes.
via Coffee's channel too.
Yeah.
So plenty of activity going on there.
Oh yeah.
And plenty of activity on
Oh.
my YouTube too of the last 7 years that we've been an
Hmm.
affiliate and running vampire and or cyberpunk games.
This-
So you should check out my YouTube at Coffee Cat Presents.
You should indeed do that for Oh, Brisbane
That's
is
where I
just
post all
heating
my
up.
VODs.
Brisbane is just heating up further and further and further.
Yes. Yes. it
For
is. And things are heating up quite nicely in San Antonio too. So there was an encounter in which a couple of players were intending to maybe kill, but definitely intended to knock out a Nosferatu who found them digging in the tunnels that they'd made. And yep, and he booked it. So the rest of the city's probably going to know very soon that those two are digging tunnels under the city, heading in the direction of downtown.
Dun, dun, dun. Any other projects or things that you want to bring up real quick before we move on? Either of you?
Well, I just completed my last week at my last job, so anyone who's interested in commissions, I am open for the next 10 days to work on various things. So
You can
say
see
that-
you
you
can
say
see
that
Coffee
you're in-
style
message me on Discord.
right down there, and not just with character art down there, but if you look, the box I'm in here and the box that everyone else is in, all the display, like where the cameras are framed and the game happens, all that
Yep.
framing, that's also Coffee Cat. So highly
Yep, I
recommend.
do character art, I do overlays, I do all sorts of typography stuff. So if you want any kind of digital design and art, please feel free to DM me on Discord.
That's been speaking of typography, that was something that I spent a lot of time trying to struggle with, because for the display of events, we have an area on the back end of the site to put taglines for the events.
Yeah.
And when it showed on like the front end, if you're just an average, John Q browser, there's some truncation to the phrases. I can put 100 characters in, but only about 70 show up. But the thing is, it's not based on characters. It's based on, I guess, like kerning, like
Yes.
or like pixel width. And I'm a master of feng shuiing this now, because I spent so much time, because I didn't want it to look like it was I don't know, like just partial words. I wanted to construct something that if you saw the whole was relevant for the event, and not just, I don't know, a random cutoff in the middle, or by complete accident, because I was testing around, like, okay, and claim the title of blah as part of this, and completely randomly, because I was trying to measure out where the cutoff would be. The front facing part of that would be, and claim the tit, and look, I don't care what y'all do once you go home from the store. That's that's your business. But I want to make sure that even accidentally I don't have that sort of stuff
Right.
going on the public facing. The store needs to be
The
family
kerning of
friendly.
your typography is super important in everything that you do, so beware, folks. I could do that.
That was a very interesting experiment, and it made me chuckle, which honestly I needed, because I was just sitting there at the computer, just like independently blinking my eyes and bleary as I keep testing out formulations of words, and
Mm.
trying to keep things relevant as the whole, but then creating this sort of like cliffhanger in the truncation. And oh my gosh, it was very interesting. It was very interesting to do. But yeah, go give Coffee Cat a look, and does great character art as well. So if you need some characters that you've made up, they could just be OCs. It could be a character that you're actively playing as well. Then stop by and see what you can do.
One such
All right.
project that I will be working on very soon, because I still owe it to Mitwad, is is uh, a warforged that looks like a penguin.
Oh, okay.
So that's going to be
I
something.
yeah, I'm very curious now. I definitely want to see that. Then let's go over to Gopher, or more specifically, Evil Intent, who pilots Gopher. How you doing, my friend? Anything going on up your way?
I had my mic muted.
Oh, yep. There we go. Now I can hear you.
Not a whole lot, I think.
Did you get through that the promo time that you were talking about the last week or the week before? Because there was like an anniversary something, right? Or like a big release that was like double XP,
Oh, yeah,
and then
the-
there was something else going on too that was sort of
The
like,
Warframe anniversary.
Yeah.
That's ongoing.
Okay.
Been kind of burned out on Warframe, so I haven't been doing much of it.
I guess if you went hard during that grind time, I understand. Did you go back to Poker Night just to switch it up, or what's your current even if it's like a guilty pleasure, or just like something low key, what's been your game recently?
Minecraft.
Oh, okay.
Ah.
Yeah.
I've been playing this mod pack called Deceased Craft.
Okay.
And it's kind of a zombie survival type thing. So
All right.
it's been all right. Been playing on a PvP server, and I'm not a PvP person, so that's been a fun time.
Has it like have you had to be have you had to be crafty about it, like hide all your tunnels where you're like hunkering down, or what's the strategy then in this, where you have to fight off not just the zombies of the environment, but I guess if you have other players that could gun for you too.
So far with other players in PvP, it's just been well, guess I'll die kind of thing.
Yeah.
Getting fucking popped out of nowhere. As far as bases and stuff goes, there's no raiding bases on this particular server. So if you get a hold of a claim, and each claim block it's one chunk, but each claim block is also $1,000. So they're not cheap. So
you have to like mine up the currency while fighting off the environment, and then you use what you gathered in order to buy a claim, but other people can come and like blow you up for it.
Kind of like once you have a claim down, then anything in that claim is protected, but players can still shoot into it and kill you, kind of thing.
Right.
So
You almost have to like build a wall around it then or something.
yeah. Though the team I'm playing with, we're underground.
Yeah.
So
Yes, you can't get. If I remember correctly, that particular mod pack does have certain mods that adds things like helicopters. So it's actually a really good thing that you're underground, because it means that you can't get bombing run to death.
well, the other thing too with the claim system is that by default, players literally cannot enter your claim unless you basically allow them to. But I was running around the base and I was hearing block breaking, and I'm like, where the hell is it coming from? You know, and then sure enough, we're doing an expansion and we find the tunnel. And literally, I guess someone was in crawling mode, digging the entire circumference of our claim. But they couldn't get in.
Yeah.
Because we keep our walls one block in from the chunk border, so that you can't actually break through the walls.
That's clever, yeah.
So
yeah, that sounds. I mean, good use.
A little
of
griefy, yeah.
Craft? But well, to be fair, it is a PvP server, so it's not really.
Yeah.
It's not really so griefy, because that's kind of the point. But even so, it's still.
The point is, the point of the server is to be a little bit of a versus. So.
Yeah, my team is slowly trying to build up all the money we need to expand the base so that we can actually get the base built. Because we're doing, I guess we're sort of late RPing the Enclave from Fallout.
Oh, okay.
And we're building a Vault-Tec vault to kind of as our base, and then I guess we're going to use that, and then we're going to manufacture everything to sell to everyone else. And that's how I guess the idea is for us getting power on the server.
Makes sense.
Excellent. I love it. Like, I mean, if it's vanilla or it's a cool mod pack like this, like just hearing these stories and the ingenuity and just the things that people do or build, or even in the frustrating and fantastic new ways you can be griefed. This game is it's very evergreen. It'll always make me smile. So I appreciate you sharing that. Anything else then from you, Evil, or are we bouncing over to Chameleon?
Well, I mean, there is the other thing that happened today. As I'm sure everyone already knows, I guess Chuck Norris got bored of all our antics and went off looking for
Yep.
entertainment elsewhere.
He's reached epic level now. He's no longer among us mere mortals.
Yeah, they had to get him while he was on vacation because otherwise he would have been on guard.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, he
Oh
would
my
have
gosh.
roundhouse kicked him. Roundhouse kicked him in the chest.
Mm.
It would have exploded. Everything would have exploded.
I do appreciate the that despite the news, people are having a really good sense of humor about it, and even he he has been on record as just leaning into all the Chuck Norris jokes and stuff too. So I think that's
I saw
a fun and
I
proper
saw
way
one
to.
meme,
Hmm?
and it was the death at the claw machine.
Oh yeah.
And so, Death gets Chuck Norris, and it's like, oh shit, he's gonna kill me.
Yeah. Yeah, Chuck Norris doesn't age, he just levels up.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, rip Chuck.
Rip Chuck.
All right. What you got for us, Chameleon? What's going on in your sphere of influence?
A lot of tabletop gaming.
How dare you?
Got D&D game on Monday, Lancer game every other Tuesday,
That's
D&D
right.
on Wednesday,
Yeah.
another D&D game on Thursday, Cyberpunk Red Friday, and I am now joining another D&D game on Sundays.
Whew. Don't burn out.
You a busy boy.
Don't burn out.
Oh, I'm fine.
All right. I need you to stay fresh and have fun, cool ideas to share, and not just be like, ooh.
I'm just wiped out today because it's finally getting nice, so decided to bike to work again.
Oh.
Hell yeah. I want a bike ride today.
Yeah.
It's 3 miles, and I did a pretty average 9-mile-per-hour pace, so
Actually, I'm looking at it.
just
Yeah,
it's
71.
much rougher on the way back going from work because the last block to get to my house starts with a steep uphill,
Mm-hmm.
and that just killed me.
Yeah, but you keep doing it, and you'll get the rest. You get the rest dropping off you. Building back up. I can't wait to get back on my bike. I probably should have gone out on it today, but I was doing a lot of. There was some store stuff I was doing, and I was also. I mean, no spoilers or anything, but depending on any directions or decisions you all go, I had to get ahead of you, and so I whipped up a couple scenes and made sure I had notes made for things. So. But I will be joining you on your bike, Chameleon, and you, Coffee, as well, because I want to do that, and the weather's getting nice for it, and yeah.
I was actually pretty happy with my pace today because I pedaled for most of it, even with my pedal assist on.
Mm-hmm.
So my pedal assist wasn't really like getting me to go that fast, but I was pedaling like the whole way, almost. Except when I got to places where like the sidewalk was extremely narrow. And I get like real self-conscious about how much space I'm actually taking up.
So you just kind of want to like zoom through, like.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And watch the road more than concentrate on keeping my balance.
Very unfortunate that I learned just now that you're open for commissions, because I already this morning put in a commission for a different artist for the character for the Sunday game. So.
¿Por qué no los dos?
Well, and hopefully, Coffee, that our locals will talk to you, because I know you offered to draw their characters too for our Pathfinder game.
Yeah, it's just nobody's messaged me yet, so.
Well, they're not. I don't think they're used to that sort of a thing, because just it's always been, hey, just get together on Sunday and maybe have a mini or otherwise.
To be fair, it's like one of those things where like I would sketch their characters for free for the Sunday game, because if they wanted to do more than that, obviously, then it would be a paid commission. But like, I want to give them at least a sketch of what their character looks like, at least.
You'll just have to bully them one at a time. I'm sure Joe will get back to you about his dwarf.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, anything else, Chameleon, or are we loading in?
probably about it. And until any of these D&D games end, basically it means I only have one day in the week where I would probably stream. So I stream Sunday mornings. So
All right. Well, if you do, please do share. Alrighty, then let's get to things that are going on here. We're in the fallout of your Dynalar job, and this is we finished out the week of that job, and we're now in that following week here. This week of January 27th through February 2nd. And just a quick review here as Drake, who is the agent, the old-fashioned AI agent of JP, was putting together some highlights for your customized crew scream sheet. And you got to see the fallout of things from the news point of view and what Dynalar is saying happened, and from someone who is a self-proclaimed cryptid hunter, or who writes almost a kind of a bestiary of people and or creatures you can find in there, the mutant psychos and cryptids of Night City, by Verity, very strong arm here. You can also see that after the floods, there's a lot of charity and community service that's going on because of the fundraising, and then you get the propaganda, but hopefully it's a lot more wholesome, of like everyone's getting together and there's rainbows and the sun's coming up and everything. So there's that going on. Of course, Drake did certainly wasn't trying to insult you, D-Rez, but he did suggest a couple different decks for you to consider an upgrade. And then also, there's FedEx, who had a bit of a rough time of it because there were people. It wasn't super widespread where this is like some big public disaster and nobody got their packages, but it happened enough that they're also having an ad buy in various places, such that it came up in the scream sheets as a possible job opening. So if you want to deliver for FedEx, or maybe aid the delivery by guarding shipments, then that's why that's why this was brought up. And then there's things that were lingering. You could always go to Pacifica if you want to do repeatable day jobs, doing different things. That was an option. Now, from what I will summarize and remember, and hopefully not misremember, and if I do misremember, correct me. But the Lost and Found crew split up because Outback is going retail, or not real estate shopping, looking for a future HQ for the crew, and that's something that we're hashing out, on the side. But you've dedicated a week. You're not doing anything else except maybe taking some of the crew members here and there as you're going to locations and you're looking it over, because a picture can be one thing, but then you actually get there and it is what it is. And then JP was
part.
What's that?
I'm doing my part.
Yeah. And then JP is scouring for jobs that are more than just the quick and dirties that come up on a weekly basis. The jobs you tend to be able to find just by going back to different message boards that hold your character's personal interests. There's a little bit of out of character phrasing when I tell you, in our Discord what would be available for you that week. But that's presuming, like for D-Rez, there's probably some hacker forums. And if you ever want to formalize them, if you ever want to name them or something, you can bring them up. But just generalizing, there's almost always some kind of work you can find as a netrunner. It may be smaller jobs, and you're not going to pay your rent unless you're super light on any other expenditures. But it is something in an off week, or if if you have some other priorities, you want to even focus on something.
Maybe, yeah, you can troll like X Combinator or ZDA devs.
Yep.
which are, I will note, are parodies on the actual site's Y Combinator and XDA devs.
Now the other
I'm not
three,
Space, no.
the other three of you decided to reach out to the rather economically placed, kind of clandestine, but it was very minimalist. It was a very minimalist ad recruitment for Kang Tao, as they are looking for volunteers to come in and help them test their smart weapons systems. And as such, from there, and that would really end up being the focus. Now, last week had a lot of good role playing too. In fact, you know what? Before we go to Kang Tao, in particular, JP and Drez did go see a media contact of JP's named Wendy, who greeted you all, and she has this private office where she was able to like frost the windows with a touch of a button, and then engage some sort of like a sound suppressing, whatever, like an anti-sound field or something. And then you talked it over. You talked about the Dynalar job, the things you discovered, and by the end of it all, we have here we go, just loading. Let's get the individual link for the camera. Control V, and then we're gonna drop. There we are. Excellent. And so it was then, it was decided that you were going to sell the story and the rights effectively to Wendy, in the hopes that she'll act upon them and Dynalar will be punished for what has happened. And you gave her the shard on which you copied the files, and she tells you that after she has confirmed the info, she's corroborated some stuff, that she will pay you 3,000. She will. Oh, thank you very much for the follow, Bandle Bro. She'll pay you 3,000. She just she initially trusts JP, and therefore you're allowed to be here and to. Oh, you actually had her soda. It was JP, who is had the refined palate and drank apple juice, imported from Michigan of all places. But yeah, it's this though still comes off as standard procedure. She'll verify the things that you provided and said, and if she thinks that there's enough here and that you aren't just pulling her leg, then she'll pay you for the story, and then it's all on her. She promised you anonymity. And there we go. It's a nice, you walk out of there, and hopefully in the weeks to come.
Did she say about when I should hear back from her? What, a matter of days?
No, she didn't give you an approximation. It didn't come up in the conversation, and or if it did, maybe her weird moment of hypnosis, where just in that kind of anti-noise bubble, and her leaning forward a little bit and a little bit and a little bit and a little bit and a little bit before you just had that moment of she stopped typing, even though she was still typing, and she just had kind of like her eyes weren't like swirling or anything in her skull. This wasn't like the snake from the Jungle Book or whatever. But you do remember JP calling her a snake in the grass, and so that there was a little bit of an in-depth moment where she was listening, and she was making constant, unblinking eye contact with you as you were telling your story.
It would be something I would follow up with her on, though.
Mm-hmm. You have her card.
Yeah, that would be after we get back from Kang Tao, though, because I guess you and Griffey get to shoot guns at me, and I get to dodge the bullets.
Yes, and so yeah, with that fire in the iron, you made your way over. You made your way over to a Kang Tao store where you were directed from the very economically and efficiently placed ad, and there you met a very economic and efficient woman. Adjudicator Lynn is what she goes by, and she greeted you all, very, very methodical. And I know you were trying to vibe check her, D-Res, if she was less human than human. She very clearly has a cyber arm, and this was a custom one because you saw that when it was in full use, she has 5 fingers in the middle, and she has 2 thumbs. So she has, I guess, 7 digits in total. But why the extra fingers? She does a lot of typing and swiping, but I don't know. It is what it is. But everything she did was in front of you. She was very cold, but transparent. And she walked you through what the procedure was going to be. You had an NDA you had to sign because you're going to be testing some experimental stuff. And also, you were going to be taken to a special testing facility, but to help preserve its location, you were going to be placed in a bus to be taken there. But both the transport and the testing facility were big old Faraday cages that were not going to allow any kind of tracking. Though, to preemptively assuage any fears, it sounds like she's had to do this before, many times, on all of her standardized forms that she was putting each of you through. You were assured that you would have a chance on a secure line to contact whoever you'd want to contact to let them know that you've reached the point. So that way everyone can be on the up and up while still preserving the supposed anonymity of the locale. Then you were going to... That was on Monday. You had your meeting with Wendy on Tuesday, not on Wednesday, because Wednesday you need to report back and get on that bus in the morning. And unless there are any other points of order to bring up, something I missed or misremembered, we can pick up now on that Wednesday, January 30th.
Yeah.
Okay. Change the date on the overlay. This is something I do not just because we're playing through the year sort of in real time here, but also after the long form promo company campaign. And there's a couple times I was getting episodes mixed up and a lot of other stuff. You know what? It's a lot easier to just make sure that the titles and the dates, and that way everything just progresses and it doesn't get swapped around or lost. So you learn along the way. You adapt.
Everything's in chronological order.
Yep. All right. So you were going to send a message off to Wendy D-Res, asking, whenabouts you could expect to hear from her. And then it is time to load up with Outback and be taken to the Kang Tao store to check in and wait for your transportation. Outback, I presume you have zero issues with that?
That's my job.
Okay. Very good,
Sorry.
then. Outback, do you have any wit or wisdom for the 3 of your passengers in the car as you're driving them over to Kang Tao?
Don't die.
No plan on it.
Pretty
Probably
straightforward.
gonna be difficult for JP to find 3 more people.
Aw, shucks.
All right. Well, then, Outback has passed on the generations of wisdom that he's learned by being a nomad in very succinct form to the 3 of you, and you're dropped off outside of the Kang Tao shop. Once more, you are given a very gracious welcome. There is a male and female attendant. Each one opens one of the 2 front doors for you. you get to come in, and then the manager comes up and greets you and asks why you're here, goes through things, and then saying, well, you signed up for the job. Once more, you are taken to the back area where you get to wait. So you have a comfortable, if sterile, room to wait in. In the image here, we can say that it's so if you look over here, where that could just be like a two-way mirror. So there'd be like an office off to the side where you could look into the hallway and such. So you would be off to the side here. You're at a comfortable-ish enough, very functional Spartan design table with comfortable enough office chairs, and if nothing else, as well, they actually have a nice real water dispenser, so you can have real water by the cup while you're waiting.
How much do you think they charge for this?
I would have no clue, but it would probably be expensive. Or maybe it's on the house because, we're going to be getting shot at.
On the house wouldn't make any sense. Every one of these corpos wants to any and dime you.
Sure, but why do they need to do that when they can shoot bullets at you?
Mm-hmm. Scrape by one last Eddie.
If they wanted it, they could just pick it from your corpse.
Unless you have your shit encrypted.
Yeah, but there are net runners. They're a corp.
Alright. One of those too good to be true sort of things. I'm not gonna trust him.
Well, no, but then, dear, you are also what we would call exceptionally paranoid.
Nuh-uh. Only a little bit.
Kiri just kind of slow turns and gives her the look, raising a brow.
A little bit.
I adore it about you, but I think even you can admit.
Cautious. Maybe. Is a better word.
And what's the line between caution and paranoia?
Correct, you are.
Paranoia comes from, comes to the point where you start not leaving the apartment.
And if I wasn't around, you didn't have to go and get food,
Then I would spend days on end in the apartment, but I don't.
my point, however, stands. Again, I adore that about you, D. But the truth is as the truth is. Pet pet.
She just stands there a little defeated. Because she knows Kiri's right.
There's a beep-boop signal at the door to this waiting / kind of meeting or conference area. And while you do get a polite signal that the door is about to open, the door opens like as the signal ends. And dressed the same way in the same like crisp business suit, same hairstyle, with the same visor that presumably is displaying what she's seeing, is Adjudicator Lynn. And she walks in, no sign of being tired this morning, or hungry, or anything else other than ready for business. And her visor, as she speaks, goes through the bullet points of this meeting that you're having. You know, greetings, introduction, review paperwork. Everything she's doing is showing up on her visor and displayed to the three of you. In your preferred language as well, which I believe you all put English. With that same business detached voice, she confirms the details of your applications. She asks if you have questions. She reminds you that you can, the jobs you're performing are going to be for a baseline 500. If you wish to do something more dangerous, then it will be increased to 800. She goes through everything. You'll be out of communications for approximately blah 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 between here and there. You will be given a meal at blah blah blah. You'll be returned home approximately blah blah blah. Everything is a procedural check along the way. As she's going through this, as a player, in case you're not remembering, or if there's something through an in character you want to bring up, you can at whatever point you'd like to interject. Do you have any questions, comments, or concerns for Adjudicator Lynn while she's reviewing the paperwork and going through things and reminding you of everything you're doing?
Nope, this all makes complete sense to me. It's cold, but I'm used to cold and calculated and kind of deadly. What with the fact that, for as refined and elegant as Arasaka is on the outside, it is very mechanical and robotic on the inside.
In this case, I don't know if it's refreshing. The cold and mechanicals on the outside. Presumably, you know everything that is going on with her. She's being as transparent and upfront as possible.
Mostly, there's only one thing there's only one issue that adds a layer of interestingness to this, despite the fact that she is being so transparent. I can only read a tiny bit of Chinese, having, basically Japanese loan knowledge. It being, because there's a lot of loan stuff from Chinese in Japanese, but otherwise, I can't read any of that. So sure, it might be there. Can't read it worth a pinch though. Not unless I take screenshots and analyze them with some translation software.
So it is true that when she's addressing you and your response is everything is in English, when she seems to be processing stuff herself, the display does switch back over to Chinese, and all of the inputs and displays are Chinese. It's only for your courtesy in your preferred selected language that she goes back so that you can see everything that's being input. All right, well then, with the paperwork signed, and everything ready to go, then she will escort you out to your transportation.
Good deal.
Would have left a message before we left in the morning. Would have left a message for JP and Outback, being like, "Here's the deets. If you don't hear back after this time, assume the worst."
Okay. She then guides you. You can't see it behind her, but she is going to guide you to the back wall to a door that would look like any other. And when she opens it and you walk inside, it actually is an office almost exactly the same as the one that you left. The only difference would be the chairs. While there's still this kind of corporate style, like a boardroom table, the chairs are lined up along this more narrow office, and they also have seatbelts.
Interesting. Well, Sit down, strap in.
Okay.
D-Rez will sit down and strap in.
The three of you are the only passengers on this ride, anyway, and you can still feel when the vehicle goes into motion, but everything does feel padded. There is in fact, D-Rez, you just went through this. There is definitely a sound suppressor that's turned on. And there's some sort of, whether it's just because of careful driving or maybe this office has special suspension, you barely feel movement. Maybe on a turn, maybe on a slight acceleration, you feel a little bit. Or if, I don't know, there's an unforeseen pothole, even then you don't feel anything jarring. It's just the slightest. Like, everything is just kind of floaty when it comes to hearing things and feeling things. But everything is in a sterile white daylight LED. There's a beautiful, presumably real wood boardroom table in front of you. And things are there. There is a sign that indicates that the communications are disabled, to let you know, because that sign wasn't on earlier. Your eyesight, being procedural, would have been directed up to it. It then turns on, at which point, I don't know, between the three of you, any internal stuff would have, I don't know, like airplane moded. You would have gotten some little signal like, oh, signal lost, beep, 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 or whatever it does for you.
My agent can't connect.
Yep, it's spinning. So I don't know, maybe you gotta play like solitaire or something. You just load it up on it, doesn't need the internet to connect to. But the ride lasts for about an hour, and finally, with one last minor little of I guess your transportation delivering you, there's only, I don't know, about a minute between that final little of momentum and the office door opening, where Adjudicator Lynn, no sweat, no sign of emotion, every hair perfectly in place, greets you. And what you walk into is the same place that you exited from, or at least it's a replica, and where you left is also, or where you began is where you're being dropped off. But it's the same kind of two mirrored lit hallway that is beyond her, where she's standing in the doorway.
It looks like we didn't go anywhere. But that's on purpose.
That is indeed, with the amount of work that's been put in to make something like this, certainly the case. Why would you make it a replica if you didn't need to?
I assure you, we are where we need to be. Now, it's time to get to work. Are the three of you ready? Before we do, I will take you to the room with the secure line so you may contact anyone that you have designated on your application.
I'm ready to get to work.
Same.
Very good. Follow me, and she'll take you back to the waiting room. That, if it brings a little sense of relief to you, D-Rez, the 5-gallon drum of water, of real water, is at a different level here than it was at the other place.
Okay.
If that's something that helps to scratch your brain itch.
Well,
They definitely don't just have two different bottles that they swapped out.
it's a clue that we're in a different place.
You're definitely not in a prey situation.
from her pad, she types and swipes a couple things, and where each of you are sitting, a little part of the table will flip over and will reveal an area that you can physically connect to. That is your secure line out to make your call.
Actually, what I call.
I'll give you 10 minutes. If you do not need the full 10 minutes, I will arrive earlier.
Well, who's calling JP?
Hold on.
Before any of you call, she leaves the office. And then door closes.
Kiri will jack in and make a call to JP.
Now there is you don't have to be a hacker to get through it, but they do when you do plug in, it is reminding you overtly that this is a monitored line. It gently reminds you of an NDA that you signed, and it'll give you a timer. Let's see, since there's 3 of you, she said 10 minutes. So each of you have 3 minutes and 20 seconds to communicate.
It's a good thing that I had all of my communications pre-prepared, and yeah, JP through Drake is just going to receive a prepared dossier of like, yep, we've arrived. We've arrived. About to do work. Nothing as to the nature of the work. Just we're going to do work. Expected back about this time. If we're not back by this time, assume the worst. And some other like small details.
Okay.
Nothing that would constitute a breach of the NDA, because if it's one thing that Kiri knows, it's non-disclosure agreements. You know, usually because the ones that she was under would be under fear of death. Or worse, but usually death.
Gopher or Drez, do either of you have anything, either a complete message or just sort of the gist of what you'd want your phone call to be, if you're even making one?
Since Kiri was making the phone call to JP, she doesn't really have anybody else to call.
Okay.
So she probably doesn't even jack in with her.
Prank call Dynalar HQ.
I feel like they would I feel like Kang Tao would be like, you didn't break the NDA, and we're not in competition with them, but why did you call Dynalar?
Go for anything on your end then? No?
Now I'll pass on it.
Okay.
Hey there, Dynalar. Are your grip kings running? Then you better go catch them.
Yeah. Hand running on its own, just the fingers of a grip king go.
JP will have a chance to respond to you as well. It's not just a one-way message, so if he picks up, if he just lets Drake take the call, like you can get like live feedback on the stuff that you're talking about or prompting. You would be satisfied that this is not some, I don't know, like simulation or something. Like this is, you know, if you pulled the orange chicken burrito, then he could return in kind of a thing. Like Kang Tao would not understand what that is, right? You couldn't plan for that. So
they don't know our rally word. Our super secret rally word where everything goes to shit.
JP would answer. And not only does, because of the implant, not only can Drake just take the call, but he can also route it through so JP can just do it himself.
Okay.
At least audio. He would have no video.
Yeah.
I guess Drake could probably simulate his face similar to the holophones can, but he probably doesn't have Drake do that.
He's an old school guy, voice only. Or maybe he uses a static avatar like the hands.
Yeah, it's probably just a static image of it. His only response is, try real hard not to go missing on me if you can, please. There's something that's coming to my attention. I might need some help with.
And you get you get an understood message, like an affirmative back. But and Drake probably needs to translate it, but it is in Japanese.
The joys. Computer.
The joys of AI translation.
Other than that, take care.
I'll be sure to.
We're rooting for you. See you at the tea place on Saturday.
See you then.
It is very funny that JP and Outback gave you all the same advice. We did not coordinate that. Don't die because then JP will have to find 3 more people. Don't die because I want you for a job.
It's like clockwork.
It's like he knows we're the best.
No, you're not dead yet, so you must be the best for now.
All right. Then with the contact made, things are satisfactory, if a little weird. Then there's a beady boop again, and right as the charm ends, like a millisecond after, Adjudicator Lynn, like maybe was standing there, or she perfectly timed it, or who knows, walks in. It's time to begin your jobs.
Good deal.
Are there any other biological functions you must take care of before we do?
No.
Good. I'm going to keep you employed until your lunch break. Follow me. We're going to the range. Now, me as the GM, have you all signed up to do the $500 job, which is more like testing like you're at a firing range or gopher. They would ask you questions like, can you service and repair these easily? Can you do the thing where you wear the blindfold, take it apart, and put it back together without needing to look at it because it's of the construction or skill levels? Did any of you want to take the $800 job, which was the more dangerous one, which is getting shot at, to see if you can avoid and baffle their systems? That's scary? Okay.
Would we be able to do teams?
Teams?
Or would this
We
be
did-
solo?
Well, I imagine it's Gopher repairs the guns, you fire the guns, and I'm dodging bullets. That's
That works
the team,
for me.
That's the team. You get to shoot at me with a gun.
Because if it was like a team effort where we'd be allowed to, be a squad in a way, D-Res would be on board with going with the dangerous portion of the job.
I mean, I imagine it's probably a mix of stuff where it's like, given that it's Kang Tao, right? And given the fact that they're looking for skilled people, they're not just gonna have the person who signed up to dodge bullets just to dodge bullets. And it'd be like, yeah, in the morning session you dodge the bullets and see if you can baffle it. If you've got the skills to fire the gun in the afternoon session, we'll have you firing the gun and someone else dodging the bullets, because they'll want to cycle through as many people doing as much testing of both sides as possible.
It would just be, even if you're shooting on the more dangerous level, there are more difficult circumstances to it than just being in a temperature controlled shooting range.
I mean, that would also be a thing too, because Kiri can shoot under adverse conditions, what with her 14 in shoulder arms and handguns and 12 in auto fire. Because
Well,
auto fire is expensive, just as a point of order. It's a very expensive skill to raise.
since D-Res only has like a +10 in handguns, she'd be okay. She'd be okay firing.
Yeah, you're a trained 10 is like trained hobbyist. Like, you go out to the range, you fire a gun, you can hit most of your shots, it's fine. Rank 14, like base 14, is you are a professional firing guns. This kind of weapon is part of your job.
And
Yeah, and that's
you still
that's
got
her
the job
highest
despite
rank.
filling out the survey, which would have some sort of like a, I don't know, like a competency section about
It would have a
handling
skill
and
or
knowledge.
something.
So you still have the job. You don't have. I mean, if you hit the targets and such, cool. But you were still accepted for the job because of whatever they saw in your application that you could offer as data points. So do your best. All right, so then it's Kiri getting the 800 and Gopher and D-Rez are doing the $500 jobs.
Well, you still didn't answer my question. Are we a team during which we're doing the dangerous portion, or are we not? In that we could be aiding each other on the field.
No, if you're in the field, if you're doing the field work, that's the more dangerous stuff. That's climbing, crawling, getting shot at, that's the dangerous stuff. So you could be a team in so much that you have the gun and you can shoot at Kiri, and then you're a team in that sense, but each of you are doing a job. There's not like they're not asking you to be a tactical squad. They don't need someone to kick in the door and the next person go in and sweep and then the third person do that. You're not doing doing tactical training that way. You're doing individual tasks of two different difficulties. That you can do them together, but not as a team.
Yeah.
So that's why I was asking the question, because you had not made that clear yet.
Okay. Then this wouldn't be a tactical squad thing. This would be the three of you are. There's times when you'll be together doing things, but you're never going to be a cooperative unit during these tests.
Okay. Then yeah, D-Rez is going to do the $500.
Okay.
Yeah, because I think I'm the only one that's really equipped for such things in essence.
You know, being a solo.
Yeah,
I'm good at handguns. I'm not great. I'm good at dodging. I'm not great.
My +12 athletics, +12 endurance, +14 evasion, the said Devastan, all of that.
Yeah.
Go for
I'm not the.
I lack the reflex to dodge bullets, so I'll take
Only
the 500.
Only one person there has the reflexes to dodge bullets.
Yeah.
What if they want to run a test about soaking bullets too? Can you soak a bullet?
And they'd better provide some heavy armor, Jack.
Well, technically speaking, smart bullets aren't actually bullets; they're rockets. But yeah,
Because they're gyrojet tech, if I remember.
they're gyrojet rockets. So
Yeah.
Okay, but you want to do the basic, like the non-strenuous stuff?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Because even for the dangerous stuff, like you're not getting like 1,000 true hazard pay. It's just that what they're asking you to do is going to be more strenuous and more uncomfortable, with a limited possibility of death. But nothing overtly was shown to you that they're going to try and kill you. This is all just testing.
They're gonna shoot some bullets at you, but they're not gonna. If they like drop you to like half health and seriously wound you, they're probably gonna stop.
All right. Well then, it is time to begin. You have confirmed your contracts. Everything is signed, legal beagle. You checked in with whoever, and now we're going to go to. You get to go to the range. So, following Adjudicator Lynn through the door into which would have brought you to the back room. So that would mean in exiting, if it was the same location, you should be inside a Kang Tao store, being served by the manager or the various employees. Instead, maybe to a sigh of relief that you're not seeing double, you actually enter into an obstacle course / shooting range, similar to what you're seeing here. There are different machines, different tools, different displays. Gopher, there seems to be top of the line workbenches and tools here. Drez, you can see that there is a state-of-the-art data terminal that is here, as well as some other things that would, I don't know what if they have official words in Cyberpunk, or if we just, do our tech babble. Then there's goodies here showing, cutting edge stuff. Kiri, whatever part of this interests you, it could be the moving parts, the electrified grid, I don't know if this reminds you of any other physical challenges you enjoy, or that you are soon to be facing, you are going to be facing some state-of-the-art stuff to really test your skills. Hopefully, there is something here for the three of you.
Oh, there certainly is.
And let me bring up, because I'm not gonna. I don't have like a full like hour by hour breakdown of skill challenges, because this is a weekly task, which I'm gonna presume. I'm sorry, spoilers. I'm gonna presume the three of you are gonna survive this, but I do want you to be immersed in it, and maybe if there's something along the way that you want to get out of it further than just money, to give you that opportunity. But we will have some fun little interactions that will summarize your time at Kang Tao. So you are in the shooting range, and Adjudicator Lin is going to go over the various tests that are going to be performed. The difference between something like normal mode and a hard mode would be, Kiri, as you see up here, there are some rafters. And so what she would ask from someone doing a basic job is to, by feet, legs, arms, hands, hang from a rafter. What you get to do is hang by a rafter that has electricity flowing through it, to see how that affects you and the gun as you're trying to shoot a target while receiving stimulation through the contact. There's also going to be, you will also be put in armor, and you're going to be asked to dodge and weave between objects that will pop up from the ground, and then it's up to Drez or Gopher, because all of you are going to do a little bit of everything in terms of assembly and disassembly, in terms of shooting, in terms of testing one thing or the other. But Kiri, you're going to be on the receiving end of a lot of attacks, or you're going to have some other conditional circumstances to what you do that would make this not just a stand here and pull the trigger, but hang upside down while receiving voltage through your legs. Yeah. Or get shot at and not just be the one doing the shooting and that sort of a thing. So, and by the way, Chameleon, thank you very much for, there's a golden Kappa train. Oh my goodness.
Oh my god.
There's a
Golden Kappa!
level 2.
I wanted to level it up, so.
Throw
Yeah,
everything in the Golden Kappa! Do it now!
Hi, Nisa. Hey, you want to be a part of this as well?
Nisa!
Kitty!
Meow, you say? Oh my goodness, meow. Okay.
Meow.
Meow indeed.
All right. So for these little snippets and moments of the test here, let me get get some of them pulled up in my document. All right. What type of smart gun would you like to fire, Kiri? Do you want to fire a rifle, a shotgun, a pistol?
I suppose the question is, do I want to use shoulder arms or do I want to use handguns? And they're ranked the same, so rifle. We're gonna do some rifle firing.
Okay. I want you to make 3 shots 1 at the last 3 increments of range for a rifle. And now this is a smart gun with ammo equipped, so that will provide the bonuses.
Yeah, and it's improved, am I right?
Well, wait, it is improved on top of just the smart ammo itself?
So improved smart ammunition is basically smart ammo, but the second bonus is higher.
It's
So
there's 2 mechanics. There's like if you miss by 5 or more,
Yeah.
and the old bullet is 4 or more. No, or it's 5 and 4. 5 for the improved. I don't remember exactly that part of it. I don't have the book. And then you're right. The second one does have the bonus. It's plus 14 for the improved instead of a plus 10.
Okay. In this case, you haven't shown a need for the improved, so why don't you use the regular? Yeah.
Okay.
And then if you need training wheels, we'll put training wheels on.
Shit. Yeah. Okay. Let me just get the range table. Right, so this is probably an assault rifle, right?
Yep, if that's what you want to fire. Then just make...
God, I'd actually much prefer to fire a sniper rifle, because the last 3 increments are way better.
Choose whichever one's going to bring you the most joy, shooting with a Neuralink interface going. 3 shots at the last 3 increments of your chosen weapon.
Sure. Then the first one is at 101 to 200 meters, which will be DV16.
Okay.
Which I hit with a headshot.
Okay. Next.
Second one is a DV17. I'm gonna spend a Fickle God favor to make that an 18 and have it actually hit. And the third one is gonna be a 20, and I will actually pump 2 luck into this. Wow.
Okay.
I guess the third shot is just off, because it's a DV20, and it's like we're talking about a target that's like at a minimum 400 yards away, right? So it's a far target, and I imagine like Kiri probably like takes a look at the gun and just like, sight's not quite dialed in. 4 shots of that length.
As you're doing that,
sorry,
go ahead.
That's the 20. So I do actually have to remake that roll with the plus 10.
Okay.
Because it's smart ammo.
Yep.
Which means that I'll need to actually roll a 10 to hit this. Yeah, so the bullet doesn't ramp over either to hit it. But again, that is a very far, very difficult shot, even with a good weapon. So.
That's the carry that I missed in the last couple sessions there. All right. So Adjudicator Lynn is standing there, and she emotionlessly watches what's happening. Now, as a part of your connection to the weapon, she would inform you that she is monitoring the connection, because she's looking for she's like measuring the data, right, that flows between you and the weapon for like synchronicity and things like that too. So as you are, as you're doing this, she's not giving you any sort of like nods of approval, nor a scowling glare. You are even with your initial like center like right in between the eyes shot, like not even textbooks want you to like succeed. You have gone above and beyond with that first shot. Her tone is like a frustrated driving instructor. with a student that doesn't seem to be getting it. This is even with your perfect shot. And her feedback to you during that, she says, target neutralization confirmed. But your pulse just spiked by 14 beats per minute. The resulting cardiovascular tremor forced the barrel's microgyros to overcompensate by 3 degrees. Breathe in a predictable, flat pattern, Kiri. We're testing the weapon's tracking algorithm, not your adrenal system. I'm resetting the drones. Try not to be so biological this time.
Kiri doesn't look back, but she does indeed raise a brow.
Don't be so biological. That's a phrase.
She's still aiming down range, but she raises a brow, being like, you know, in the end, these guns are gonna suck if they don't account for the biological element, because 99.9% of the time, it's gonna be a human, maybe augmented and target assisted, but a human firing these weapons.
Understood. But we need good data, not just any or common data. I expect good data from you, Kiri. Continue the test.
Yeah, she'll take as many more shots as you need, because to be fair, three shots isn't going to be enough to really gather the amount of data that's required.
No, there's more tests that are going on. I just don't want to sit here for 4 hours and roll for it. You know,
roll dice.
This
yeah,
is,
yeah. So
I want to make sure I'm offering you vignettes of things that are happening over the course of your days coming out here, right?
Kiri, and I imagine Kiri is still taking shots, and she makes sure to do a. Like probably on her next 800-yard shot, she does an actual breath and holds it for a second and then bang.
So, no, you're pew-pewing things, and there are some more of the stressful tests, and we'll roll for that. Let me get a couple other baseline interactions with Lynn here. With the others, and then we can go forward from there. Drez, what she has you doing in this moment that we're narrating, as a part of the grander, you're coming in and being asked to do, you do need to shoot guns, and you're going to be doing one thing or the other. This particular exercise, you are going to be handling physical connections. Syncing the prototype weapons to the firing range's mainframe, adjusting the smart link cables, in a parallel way, this is what you would be doing with Mikhail for the suits. Which is some hardware work. Not exactly the same as, Gopher getting into the guts of stuff with, soldering and welding or whatever else. But it is actually similar to what you want to do to give good feedback to Mikhail before you get into those contraptions. She's putting you in this position, and she presumably knows that you're a net runner, and you can offer very good data or statistically better data if you're doing hacking, but she doesn't just want that, as we're discovering here. So what I want you to make would be either a basic tech. I'd be willing to accept a security or a cyber tech skill check. Because you're working with the cords and the components and how things are interfacing as they're plugged in, and how they're then feeding into the mainframe.
Would you allow would you allow my computer systems science roll?
Yeah, I think in this context, this is, you get the idea of something I'm looking for you to do, and yeah, I think that falls within this notion of, here's the weapons. I want to see what you do with the weapons and your connectivity to them. Anyone can pull a trigger on a gun. Not everyone understands, especially this level of interface with a gun. So she's testing this kind of interface ability and knowledge. So yeah, go ahead and roll that for your challenge.
Yeah, because that's higher than my security tech and my cyber tech in general. So that's because it's intelligence based.
Yeah. Okay. As you're working with this, with these prototypes, it's not that it is difficult per se. The feeling that you get from Adjudicator Lynn as she stands by you to monitor this job is a senior engineer watching a kid play with Legos. D-Res, the hardware handshake between the weapon's optic and the local subnet is currently taking 12 milliseconds. My toaster syncs to the local power grid in 8. You are bottlenecking the targeting telemetry. Strip the casing off the diagnostic port and bypass the safety regulator. The bullets are waiting on your bloated routing protocols.
Okay. She's gonna make an adjustment that would be appropriate and try again if she needs to. Oh, fuck. Same number. I have a plus 11.
Adjudicator Lynn simply gives a couple taps on her visor and simply and coolly says noted. Now, the way that she said this to you, D-Res, and out of character to, her response even to Kiri and presumably Gopher, she's not saying this in the same way that Bulldog was. Like, he was passionate and he was like inflicting emotion, like he was trying to hurt your feelings.
Yeah.
She is coming out as flat, cold, and analytical. So the comparison she makes, which you're welcome to feel insulted by,
It hurts my feelings.
but she's stating a fact. Her toaster is connecting faster than the connection you were able to make between the weapon and the mainframe. So it can be hurtful. The way she's delivering it presumably isn't meant to hurt you, but she's stating a cold, hard fact. It just is a very blunt delivery.
Yeah. A little bit of a stab to my ego.
A little bit there. She's all right, let's have an interaction with Gopher here as each of you are getting as you're having your own fun little thing here. In this one, Gopher, a little bit of a switch up, right? Because here we saw D-Res working with the hardware in so much this was like cable management or some like efficiency and routing, like maybe a little bit of coding in there, but she was playing with the cables, and that's what you did at that's a lot of what you did at the fair. But because each of you in your own ways, against your own like applications and things that you showed competency in, each of you are going to do different things anyway. Not everyone's just going to shoot or dodge or fix or connect. So what this vignette, or this little scene, I should say, making a vignette, she's going to ask you to be monitoring a data stream. You need to compile the results of the test. And in this case, you're actually monitoring the digital side of the target drones. And so she tells you, she's not being duplicitous, but this is out of earshot of the others. She tells you that this information is the most important to her today. And so she expects that you're going to do a good job as you are, you're measuring the feedback from the target drones, and you can help make adjustments. Because it's also not just what comes out of the barrel of a smart gun, but how do targets react to that as well. So this is indicating her approach to smart weapons isn't just like a lock-on technology or, something as simple as like a +1 to hit. She's also trying to understand how people or things being shot at by smart weapons are reacting in order to then make the smart weapons even better, to be more innovative and even predictive than be a simple, aiming bot. To use gamer speak, actually, than to be an aimbot. So how are you going, with this apparently most crucial test that she's telling you? How do you want to manifest this skill check? Where she wants the data packet showing how the bullet got to the drone or didn't get to the drone. How can you assure the data's getting through? This could be about, any terminology. And again, you can make up stuff. You can be like, oh, well, I'm going to inverse the flux tachyon field to whatever. But, we're talking, signals, data packets, connectivity, target drones, or the concept of the smart weapon and the approach to the target. Any of these are an aspect that you can take and filter through a skill that you're bringing to the table to be innovative.
I guess as far as skills go, there is electronic security tech, since that deals a lot with, computers and stuff.
Okay.
But I know that's more on the hardware side.
Then if you're to use that skill, and presumably, if you need access to hardware, then you can say, oh yeah, I can take care of this. You need to tighten up your data packets, and I gotta get to the gyroscope of the confabulator to, change the blinker fluid. And so yeah, don't be constrained in this. I'm prompting a thought exercise that I want you to manifest into a skill that Gopher would bring to the table in this with the prompt.
Overall, rolling poorly.
Yeah, as far as skills and stuff goes, because this is kind of more D-Res's kind of thing, I think.
What would D-Res do
but
then?
probably use her cyberdeck and interface, but I don't have access to that because I'm not a netrunner. But I suppose I could roll electronic security, see if there's optimizations I can make.
Okay. So you want to you want to look at how the okay. Then so yeah, okay. You want the data packets delivered or this, then I'm going to look at the physical structure of it and see if there's maybe an efficiency there that can be found. Right. Let's go with that was a 23. Excellent. So you look it over, and there are some suggestions that you make about you that maybe in the foundational nature of the test itself. Well, okay, I get it. You want to measure this. After looking at the target drone and examining it, I actually think that you know X, Y, or Z. You're giving a solid, rational, foundational like this. This should TM tickle every neuron if she has actual neurons left, or this should tickle every circuit that Adjudicator Lynn has, because this is the professional hardware whatever, and you're using all the right jargon. You did really well. So she lets you test it and try it. Maybe you're feeling kind of proud and confident there, as this could even be at a point where I don't know, like Kiri's shooting at the drones. We're not focusing on her for narrative purposes, but the spotlight's on you for the test. But maybe she's shooting at the drones. She should be doing a good job of it, and she does seem to be as well. As Lynn evaluates what you've offered, the tone, if there was emotion to what she said, the tone is best described, even with this success, of a disappointed professor grading a failing thesis paper. Like the more she just looks at the data coming back, there's like she's not face palming. She actually gives no. You can't even see most of her face. But the feedback carries this kind of weight where, this is supposed to be a very important thesis on something, and it's like the meme essay that some of you might have seen out there about Mario stomping turds, and all about like stepping on turtles and kicking them and all this other stuff from Mario Brothers. And so she tells you, Gopher, the impact telemetry you're feeding back to my pad has a 0.5% packet loss on the explosive yield metrics. If I wanted estimated variables, I would have hired Militech. Realign the local subnet encryption to prioritize the weapon's outbound ping. Or step aside so the automated systems can log the data properly. Do not corrupt my spreadsheet.
All right. Want me to make another roll, or?
Sure, go ahead.
Alright. I'm gonna put 3 luck on this.
Okay. $29. Gopher, I'm glad that you have the capability of listening. It appears that the packet loss is only at 0.3% now. It shows that you're capable of improvement, though I wish you could do better. Beep boop boop. She's making notes on her visor, swiping with her thumbs and sliding things over. At this point, you feel that there's a never good enough. You are very much Scotty. I'm giving her all she's got, Captain. And but there's always something. And now after this day of trials, and again, there was more for each of you. But as you get back together in the break room, if you wish to talk about this, or if you just process it individually, Lynn always had something to say. So maybe the concept of satisfaction is something she's not capable of achieving. Because there's always something. There's always a gap. There's always information that could be better or that is missing and not accounted for. And that is brought up in some way. It could be about the velocity of something, the ratio of this. You didn't take into account that when you shot through the targeting field, I told you that you were shooting through a medium of helium instead of natural air, and so the difference in the resistance between blah 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 blah. I could get into all sorts of conditions in techno babble. For all the tests that you've conducted, and maybe it's even more aggravating that she's not conveying herself in a petty or henpeckish way, but every little fact she states, I, as GM, wouldn't be offended if you took it personally or found it to be grating. But every test you did, as she gave feedback on it, had something. There was never a, hey, that was a hell of a shot, good job, thanks, that you're really contributing. Go team. Team Kang Tao, yeah. It was just, this is the job, this is the science, these are the facts of every single test. And so your day would end. You do get a lunch break as well, but I mean, barring anything there that you can't bring up otherwise, if you even want to say it happened during lunch. The same thing where you can make a contact saying that your job is done. You'll be back to the Kang Tao store in about an hour. You all can make the calls or not make the calls. If it's something you want to role play, we can. Otherwise, we can presume that you've made it back to the Kang Tao store for the day.
Something that will probably come up during the trip or lunch break or whenever. Hey, Kiri. Was Sokka ever this sterile?
No.
Really? I mean, Lynn definitely comes off as an inhuman sort of Borg individual. But I'm pretty sure she's not full Borg.
No, but a persona fix is probably what I would assume.
Persona fix?
Chipware. Personality overriding. experimental tech. It was experimental tech at the back in Tohoku, but I'm sure they've probably developed it further since I saw it maybe 20 years ago. Basically, it's a chipware-based hormone and synapse inhibitor. You could lobotomize someone with something like that.
Ugh.
But no,
Takes the human out of the human.
that's the point.
Then why not just have a... Why even have a person do this job and do her job at all? Why not just an automated drone?
Because flesh is easier to manufacture than a machine, and people tend to be a little bit more receptive to something that seems human.
Yeah. And AIs can get out of hand.
Yes, an AI that can handle that kind of job is also, what's the word I'm looking for? Highly illegal.
You know, Rabbids level.
If you want, unless you want, of course, Netwatch coming,
For your
coming
company.
in.
Yep.
Yeah, coming in, bending you over, taking all of your stuff, finding you in the Alps over the table without any lube, and then not even paying for your cab fare as they kick you out.
I've never had an experience described quite like that before.
Yes, but when it comes to raid operations from any of the big corporations, they're all like that, and then some. What can I say? And she seemingly checks the time. 40-ish years of life. I've been through a great many things, and it gives one a very colorful vocabulary.
Yeah.
It seems that that's a point of complaint, and yet, D, I think you and I both know this meme is something that fits you perfectly. And D, you're gonna get flicked an image, and it's basically just a picture of a very pretty woman who seems to be a little bit older, and it just has the text on the bottom: "We like older women."
D-Res is just blushing in her seat, just kind of like with a text. I mean, she probably can't. Actually, you can't flick me that image right now because we have no communication.
That is true. Well, unless she directly plugs into you, I guess that.
Local WAN inside the Faraday cage. We can flick things to each other, but we can't send anything outside. Because the holophones and everything are actually designed to do that. You can actually communicate with people close by.
Without connecting to the net.
Without connecting to a larger network, but they have to be in physical proximity to you to be able to do that.
That just means, D-Res, she's had that saved on her phone this whole time, waiting to flick it over to you.
Yep. that is exactly what that is.
Locked and loaded.
Yeah. She was ready for this moment. That was a good question, by the way, Gopher. It kind of interesting to set the scale of, for as reviled as Arasaka is, they're at least more human than what Kang Tao's coming across as.
Yeah.
Which is actually
I do
what
believe,
makes the Arasaka thing worse.
Yeah. do believe, like, in 2077, most of what you see of Kang Tao are military androids.
Yeah.
All right. Any other questions or things you want to bring up with each other in or out of this facility? So like with the rest of the crew or between each other?
Yeah, it seemed like no matter how good we might have done for the test, there was always something she was nitpicking about.
Yeah.
Yes.
But
Seems like they're after absolute perfection.
They want machine efficiency, which I already told them if they don't account for the biological element inside with their weapons, then yeah.
I mean, unless they're specifically trying to design them with androids in mind,
then why would they have humans test firing them?
I don't know. That would be a really bizarre sort of thing to do, is to have human tests when the idea is to equip them to drones.
Yeah, but then why not just buy drones and equip the weapons? Unless that's not the end goal.
You think they're gonna go into, like, paramilitary sort of shit? If they aren't, well, they probably are already. I don't know much about King Tao, if I'm honest.
Chances are they'll be looking to build an army without the human element. That's why they're investing in smart gun technology.
Smart guns could ultimately be plug and fire, right?
Exactly. Why would you need a human who's a good shot when you can simply put a machine with a rudimentary targeting software with bullets that can loop back around to hit targets?
And not to mention, she was saying things like response time was extremely slow. Like 12 milliseconds isn't that slow.
It is if you're a machine.
I
Every
guess.
millisecond matters.
What was the one thing she told me? It was like 0.3 or 0.5% packet loss or something.
Yes, she told you. Hang on, I'm going back to the notes here. She said, Gopher, the impact telemetry you are feeding back to my pad has a 0.5% packet loss on the explosive yield metrics. If I wanted estimated variables, I would have hired Militech. Realign the local subnet encryption to prioritize the weapon's outbound ping. Or step aside so the automated systems can log the data properly. Do not corrupt my spreadsheet.
The Gopher will pretty much say kind of the shortened version of that, basically, to the others. It's like, I think I did pretty well, but I only got it down another 0.2%. So
They're looking for absolute perfection, but absolute perfection doesn't exist in this world.
If you have organic elements.
Not even just with organic elements. There's a limit to technology. Even when you remove the variability of the human factor, there's still only so far technology can go down. You can only make your transistors so small. Stick that many transistors on a certain area of silicon.
And if she's experiencing packet loss on the receiving end, then that means that the receiver's not collecting the data, not that the data's not being sent.
It's ingestion speed that's the problem. You can forward that to her tomorrow. And I've seen ingestion speed problems on tactical metrics before, but it's just something that you deal with.
If you're trying to feed that much data into a thing, it's not going to absorb it all. Especially if you're trying to do so all at once.
As far as the actual packet loss goes,
Every device has a processing power.
There's error checking systems that meant to kind of help guard against that. But even then, I think pretty negligible even at the rate it's at.
Yeah. The kinds of problems that she's mentioning are negligible at best. Even to call them problems is like blowing it out of proportion. Like, even when I'm directly connected into the city net in any network, there is always going to be that information back and forth delay. It's milliseconds long, but that, unless you're an actual robot, that's not going to, improving that by 2 milliseconds isn't going to change anything. You still have response times and shit.
She was upset that I missed a shot at 800 yards.
Nobody can hit a target at 800 yards.
Actually, that's not true. I can do that.
Well, nobody with my kinds of skills, and I'm the average night citizen. You're a professional. You don't count.
I saw that the site was misconfigured. The site was misconfigured and realigned the site. And she decided to get at me about my adrenal system because my pulse spiked a little bit.
I believe it was 14 BPS or BPM.
You're a person who has a heartbeat.
Yes.
It's gonna fluctuate. What a fucking bitch.
No. She's not a bitch. She's looking for perfection in an imperfect world. And to that fruitless chase, I say, let her eat cake.
Fuck her. We're just there to do a job, so long as she pays us, and I'm gonna very politely handle her criticisms until I get my paycheck. 500 eddies is 500 eddies.
Look.
Then I never have to see her damn face again.
Right.
You don't even get to see her face now.
You can't see her face now, so
Yeah.
you'll never get to see her data screen again.
Yep.
That'll be right up until she comes across our table on our shit list.
In all fairness, you could fix that millisecond input lag with a quantum computer. You know, strap a quantum computer to a gun.
Sure, if you've got the room sized housing, plus the cryogenic fluid to keep it cooled, plus all of the the many gigawatts of power that it's going to require to power that thing, by all means. You see, I know a thing or two about quantum computers.
And then you'll have invasions from AIs from beyond the black ball, because we have quantum computers in Night City now.
Look, we're already in the realm of far past possible technology. Cyber limbs are powered by blood turbine.
Yeah, that is true. That is true.
There's no way a turbine with blood flow could power a cyber. So, you know, we already have magic.
That just depends on the pressure, the blood pressure. The pressure required will kill a person, but you know.
Actually, that was kind of one of the questions I had in the back of my mind: is how exactly is all the cybernetics actually powered?
Yeah, blood turbines.
Blood turbines and
Biologically, yeah.
Biological energy, which would not be enough for anything but a very low-grade cyber limb. Definitely not anything like ripping a concrete fence off the ground and throwing it.
Yeah.
Hail to Grip King!
Yep. Well,
Hail to
it's
Grip King.
Yeah, hail to Grip King.
Suspend our disbelief for a little while.
I mean, it would be even funnier.
But I
if you
guess-
could- it would be funnier if you had to like take your cyber limb, break action it open, and put 2 new batteries in like a shotgun.
That would be funny.
So Thursday will be similar. You'll be put through different tests that are shoot this, examine this, X, Y, and Z. We're gonna skip to Friday, which is your final day on the job. Lynn is gonna have the same types of responses. Though, I would like each of you to make a human perception.
Yeah, right.
To see if there's anything you can pick up over the course of Thursday now that you sort of have her as a known quantity. Ooh. All right.
That definitely would have been with how she is, like a DV 17 minimum. So good job.
Yep, that's about correct.
Okay.
That sounds about right.
Dee's gonna pick this up.
Because I'm perceptive. I'm
Coffee cat.
insightful.
Yeah, D-Res knows how
No,
computers
you
think.
just have an empathy score.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, you also know how computers think, so you know how she's feeling.
I have best of both worlds.
So D-Res, maybe because you are the more emotional one about Lynn, or I'm sorry, Adjudicator Lynn, and as you go through the battery of tests on Thursday, you actually pick up something that, well, you can tell me how you feel or think about it, and of course you can pass it on to the others. You've noticed that even if she gives you feedback that is hypercritical of minute variables, you've noticed that when you compare that to the times where you know that you've done a good, like you've done as well as you can reasonably or even exceptionally do, right? We're simulating a critical on whatever you do on Thursday. Just, by being yourself, there's no way you could have done any better on this. You've noticed that despite getting the real factual minutia, which is grading, for the times that you succeed, you can barely hear her mechanical arm whir. Now, she's not like pumping her fingers, all 7 of them, right? She's not like twitching, but there's something about her arm that when you seem to, like, that you've done well, even if she's not willing to admit it, and she gives you, she just piles on, trifling ass bullshit. We'll use street slang.
Absolute perfect program. You weren't sitting up, right?
5 demerits: shrimp posture. But
Speaking of which,
you notice that maybe that's actually the smallest, the almost imperceptible sign of approval or acceptability or recognition is that in the times where you've given it your all, even out of spite against her, because you're so receptive to her and the bullshit she's been piling on, you seem to have picked up on this. Now, if you fail, you do not hear that kind of like the blood turbines or whatever, like revving up very slightly. But it seems that when good things happen, when there's actually a success, despite her words and her data, you just get this little like something inside that arm, like slightly flexes, slightly tenses, slightly whirs. And it took you damn near all of Thursday putting up with this trifling ass bitch. But you've heard it enough and were able to test it through enough of these different trials. It only seems to happen when you do a good job. When you know you've done a good job. She'll never tell you. None of you on Thursday are ever going to hear positive stuff. Like, I mean, you'll get like, oh, well, your data packet loss was marginally improved from yesterday. That's like the best compliment she'll give you. You still didn't do as well as she was hoping, it seems, but at least she measured that you did better. But that's almost imperceptible, like, whir in her arm at the hint of perhaps approval or recognition. I don't know how that makes you feel. That's going to be up to you, D-Rez, but that's me telling you what you have perceived.
After the end of Thursday, D-Rez probably comes away in the car feeling a little bit proud of herself compared to the previous day, because she's noticed that fact, and that when Kiri and Gopher and herself have done markedly well, that it is being acknowledged to some degree, and D-Rez is gonna feel she might carry herself a little bit more proud in the drive home on Thursday than she did on Wednesday. Maybe even noticeably so.
Tend to merits visibly showing pride. You only done what was expected of you.
All right. Then any other conversations that you all have amongst each other while on the job at lunch break on Thursday, or when you're all back together? Then that can include JP and Outback as well.
Probably
And-
make it to make it an authentic to JP and Outback that they want things that are very precise. Again, not talking to the nature of the work, but they want precision. Precision is the main metric. Which, I mean, doesn't break any NDA, because of course anyone who's working on technologies surrounding guns, which was already in the scream sheet, is going to want precision.
Well, if they're gonna have to be competing in a market now with those mantis blades, which are all about precision, probably lit a fire under their asses about it.
I think every company is going to be getting in on the whole weapons front. Really start pushing their projects forward that much further.
Kingtown might be ahead of the ball on this one, though. And his blades might be a most precision weapon, but it's still ultimately a melee one.
That's true.
A highly advanced and accurate, smart weapon gives you precision at range.
with bullets that will curve back to hit your opponents in the face, even if you miss.
And I imagine
that means
fighting
even the
someone.
Oh, go ahead.
I imagine fighting someone with Magus blades, they're going to be moving all over the place.
Well, that demonstration that you certainly was.
She might have even had a Sandevistan.
I
She
couldn't
did
quite
have
see
one
through the
first,
blood.
Fortunately, you had that second
Yeah,
pair of sunglasses you could pull out after the first ones got juiced.
Yeah, no. Yeah, Q just kind of states it bluntly. She did have Sandevistan.
You know, I don't know where you were all watching that from, but I got hit with blood so hard my glasses turned into blood.
Shit.
I was trying to sneak a watch at it from someone else's perspective in between running around and making sure the station's all functional.
I was watching. You see, Kiri is typing. Stop. Kiri is typing. Stop. Kiri is typing. Stop. Kiri is typing. I was watching it on the big screen.
Now, Drez, are you telling the others about the poker tell that you discovered, or are you gonna let them see if they figure it out?
Yeah, she's
Okay.
gonna point it out that, you know, when Kiri made an exceptionally good shot, that Lynn had a bit of a tell, that she was rather proud of that sort of the data that came back, I guess. Whether it was the fact that you're an excellent shot, or that she was impressed with the kinds of data it provided her, or something to that effect. You know how cyber limbs have that little hum from the blood gyros on the inside?
Yes.
Hers would spike when she was exceptionally pleased at the result.
Spike in blood pressure like that would assume tachycardia.
Well, that's if it's getting to dangerous levels. I'm talking about that she's just
She's purring because she's
excited.
happy.
You know, a slight bit of excitement.
I wonder, can I do a cyber tech to see if I might be able to glean any additional information?
Sure. Okay. This, as far as emotions or human manifestations in cyberware, this would be this would be a poker tell. It could be unconscious. Probably is, if it's more of a reflexive thing in the face of a positive stimuli, if we're going to be all formal and data driven about this. Where with humans, if you're trying to be polite, you well, hopefully you don't literally bite your tongue, but maybe you'll tense up your jaw if you're trying to keep yourself quiet in front of someone. But it could be very subtle. Or if there's someone like a soldier standing at attention, arms behind his or her back, and they're not supposed to show that they're like really excited for this next drill or test or a promotion or something, and you can just barely see their forearms, Like, their hands are behind their back, but you watch their forearms, and you see just that little, like, the little bit of, like, muscle. Like, they're pumping their hands because they're excited. But they're really trying not to show it. It's just that slightest. Now, in a cyber limb, you can't get that, and for the audience out there, like, I mean, you could manifest this in your own way, you know, it's a DIY experiment at home. There you go, kids, practice STEM. But, you know, if there's some sort of a little facial or a poker tell or something like that, the cyber arm is reacting. It's sort of like it's revving like an engine. You know, an excited driver goes, even though they're in neutral, they're not moving. It's like the excitement is revving her limb. Her limb is in neutral, but D-Res was able to pick up on the faintest bit of revving or purring coming from it. Even though, and Thursday was consistent, nothing you all did seemed to beat some standard she had. She always had data-driven criticism for everything that you did. But if D-Res is correct in not hallucinating, she actually does have at least one little scrap of humanity in that arm, where if she actually has a good thought or a pleasurable thought, or she is pleased, and you're listening close enough, you might just hear that arm kind of, you might just get that little bit of a, or as the meme goes, the nostrils flare a little bit as you go to laugh but not laugh.
Just something I noticed.
Interesting response. Very interesting response.
It's interesting that she's so masked up that she can't openly state as such when she's, you know, I don't know, maybe she thinks that it was exceptionally good of you to have shot that target today, or you know, dodged and weaved as you did, or
I imagine she probably does have those things, but do you know what that sings to me, D? And I imagine this is like after they've left the King Tao store for the day. It sings as the death cries of someone's humanity.
you're probably right.
One little reflex that the chipware hasn't squashed, kind of thing.
Something that it can't quite.
Well, when a person loses their whole sense of self, that's when you start manifesting the symptoms of cyberpsychosis. It's one of my biggest fears. That's why I don't really want to get any more cyberware. I have enough as it is.
Yes, and one of those things does tend to be disconnected callousness. You start learning to justify behaviors so that you don't lose yourself fully.
And that callousness typically turns into thrill-seeking, from what I understand.
If you don't keep it in check, yes.
And that's when things like MaxTac get called, because a mass murder happens on the streets.
Point.
Hopefully not in a concrete bunker Faraday cage.
Hopefully not. How dare you?
Shout outs to the background music for the very appropriately timed boom right after I said that.
Yeah, right. That'll do. But no, Kiri just kind of looks to you. There are many things that occur before you hit that point, though.
Well, it's the mental break. And if you can catch it quickly enough, then, you can come back from, a mental break.
It's not really so much as a mental break as it is a divorcement from reality. Or rather, you realize the reality of your situation. Those who suffer from cyberpsychosis normally are exceptionally heavily cybered. Sometimes it just comes, but it's rare. But I would ask you this. If you had all the power in the world at your fingertips, the ability to kill anyone that you saw fit, and you could, with a flex of your hand, just dead, and they stood between you and something that you desired, the virtuous part of you would say that yes, you wouldn't do that. That would be immoral. It would be wrong. But there's also that part deeper down that would say, no, I will take what I am owed, and it doesn't matter what gets in my way. If I have the power to remove an obstacle, I will remove an obstacle. Welcome to the horror of cyberpsychosis. Because the question you have to ask yourself is, in that mindset, divorced from morality, divorced from ethics, are they incorrect? Did they misassess their situation? In severe cases, maybe. But in most cases, the answer is no. And that's what makes it horrifying.
Like I said, I've got as much wear as I'm ever gonna need. I don't ever want to risk crossing that line.
Of course. It's not a line that you can easily come back from.
What we'll do then is this is a very good conversation and somber note. Let's take a break, and then when we come back, we'll finish up your Friday at the range. We'll see what the final battery of tests are, presumably the most difficult ones, because Thursday was a ramp up from Wednesday, and we're gonna see what you do on Friday, and then from there you also have your usual crew meeting on Saturday at the Golden Dragon with JP. So let's get up and take a quick break, and then we'll start up right after that. Everyone out in the audience and Urians, thank you for stopping by as well. We'll be back soon. Do what you got to do, get a drink or a snack, and we'll see what happens next as they're discovering more about this adjudicator and broader implications of one's job and or upgrades. right, everyone. We're going to go live in just a moment. However, it is the spring equinox. And so before we do, it's time to change the break screen, as it does change seasonally. So no one out there hit B as we evolve. Bum, 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 ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-bum. And we're now in springtime here at the Hero Zone. Thank you all for another season. Enjoy the art as friends come and go from season to season. You know, things change all around us. There's always fun little hidden things to see in each of the break screens. So if you like birds or plants or other aspects of nature, there's something there for you. But enough of that. Let's get back to
Guardian of the
NC64.
Holy Grail.
What's that?
Yes, well,
Saw the
Can't
Guardian
talk.
of the Holy Grail. White rabbit with red eyes. I will not be approaching the cave.
It's got a vicious streak a mile wide.
All right. So we left off. Thursday had come to an end, and there was a revelation that even if she's not an extremely approachable or likable character, there may be some shred of humanity inside of Adjudicator Lynn. Of all people, her biggest hater, D-Rez, actually picked up on her poker tell. So, and that caused a very insightful and good conversation. That was actually even precluded by an awesome question from Gopher to Kiri about, is Arasaka this soulless, this sterile? And a lot of good conversations and explorations. But now it's the final day of your gig with Kang Tao, being put through a battery of tests, and we'll see what is ahead of you. The only difference now is Lynn isn't greeting you as you step out of the transport truck. While you all, the door opens, and you can actually see that she is standing. I don't have a table out here in the scene, so we'll just pretend that we'll pretend that this is a table right over here. She's standing off to the side in front of the range, and she's looking over, presumably, a selection of weapons. You're a little ways off because you'd have to walk yourself through. And in fact, as the door opens, because this is through another door to even get here, so I got a little ahead of myself. You wouldn't see her there, but her voice would tell you that if you wish to contact your assigned person, you know how to do it. You're welcome to go. Her language is more formal than what I'm telling you. You're welcome to go into the office and make your phone call, and then walk through the doors in no later than 10 minutes. And she'll leave you to it. If any of you want to call and check in, you may. But she is not in this room meeting you. In the initial, the reception room.
Kiri's headed for the range. JP and our back know what's up.
Okay.
Would be informed at the start of every day. It's like, yep, going to do the last do first day, second day, last day, expected back by this time. If not, blah blah blah.
Not follow the fleet. Got it.
Okay. Gopher and D-Rez, are you making any phone calls, or are you following Kiri through the doors to the range?
Nope. No need to make a phone call.
Okay. Then, fast forward, and now you walk through the doors, and there is Adjudicator Lynn at the table off to the side. She's holding her data pad in one hand, and with her cyber arm, she seems to be browsing over a selection of weapons. As you approach, you see that the table is filled with a variety of pistols, and they're all arranged to be like the butt of handles, like butt of handle to butt of handle, as they're laid out. So they all kind of look like this on the table. So they're just like arranged like this in a couple different rows. Good morning. I trust that you had a sufficient ride.
Smooth as ever.
Excellent. Today is going to be your hardest day. I will not surpass the limits that you've indicated on your applications, but be prepared for the most grueling tests and feedback that I can offer you. Before I start you on your way, I wanted to showcase that I am not just a judge of these products. In my own way, I also must test them. It's something that I do not have to report to you or anyone else. But I felt that it would be appropriate to inform you that I use these weapons as well. As she says that, the visor's still over her eyes, but she cranes her head as if she can see straight through it, and she's looking over things. And she, her fingers, are kind of flowing over these like half squares, these kind of like brackets. Yes, this will do. She swipes or clicks on something on her pad, and as she does, you see that her second thumb pops out, and with her hand. So remember, she has 5 fingers and a second thumb, right? So she has 7 digits.
Mm-hmm.
As the other thumb, kind of disengages from being tucked up inside the side of her palm, she reaches down and with one hand grabs a pair of pistols. And as she does, she walks over to the range, and she's still holding her pad, and she beep boop bop, and targets start almost like whack-a-mole coming up. And you see her hand, she would do maybe like a traditional aim at first, but it seems that's more just sort of like finding center. And from there, as she can rotate her hand, you discover 360 degrees at the wrist, she simply, like, the 2 pistols almost turn into like a swirling minigun as she starts curving bullets from both pistols and you see now what you can see in the picture here. You're seeing these like tracer trails of the smart bullets. Like, if fireflies were genetically bonded to angry hornets, Biotechnica, please don't. As they just fly out of her rotating hand as she's double gripping pistols and hitting the targets while also thumbing her data pad. And then click, her arm goes back, and she walks over to the table, sets down the pistols, click, the other thumb goes back into the side. Now, she still has an extra finger on display, but that other thumb gets tucked away. And she goes over the data, her own data with you all, which is also... If this was humility, I mean, she has the same tone, the same scientific. She goes through each of the rounds that were fired and discusses how in this one there's an inconsistency in the bullet because it must have been had like 3 grains of black powder less than standard because it didn't fire the same rate as the minutia, the excruciating minutia. And she goes down all of the bullets that she went through, all of the targeting data, as she provides a less than a minute long demonstration of turning her arm into a little minigun with pistols. I have to live with this data as well. I measure it for myself.
I mean, the fact that you can shoot
2 guns at once with one hand is impressive.
Yes, while entering data with my other.
Hmm?
But your information does help, even if it is not always what I hope to see.
It's
Now.
what you should expect from standard fare.
My job is to not be standard. Now, I hope that you will rise above the mundane, and you will be more than standard as well. My circumstances are different than each of yours. I don't expect you to have the performance that I did, even if you were impressed, or perhaps you were not. I wasn't measuring your biomonitors in that moment. I was focused on my task. But now, we do need to link up to measure the variables in each of the scenarios that I have planned for you. If you're ready to begin, then we shall.
Yep.
Now, let me bring up my notes here. All right. Kiri, we're going to start with you. Again, this is just one of several tests, but these are going to be your most grueling ones. So for Kiri, Lynn is going to hand you a prototype Kang Tao Smart Sniper called the DNX. She explains to you, while this is, she did note, if this is as much of an admission of acceptable performance, she did note that your weapon tests with sniper rifles seem to be your strongest. So she's letting you run the final test with a prototype sniper rifle. However, there is a catch, as you did sign up for the tough stuff. She explains to you that the grip and the cheek rest are laced with neuroconductive nodes. And she continues to explain that to test the weapon's auto-stabilization, feature, she needs to simulate catastrophic battlefield trauma. And so, when you pull the trigger, the gun is going to hit you with a localized high-voltage shock that will induce violent, involuntary muscle spasms. And your goal is to hit a moving drone at 300 meters. While being electrocuted.
That sounds intense.
Through your face. But she's upfront about it. She's not hiding the little nodes inside the stock as a fun little Kinder Egg surprise for you. If you're talking, I can't hear you.
Sorry.
There you go.
I would like a test shot first. See what I'm working with. It's out of control.
She hands you the weapon, tells you to plug in, and that she'll allow an approximate voltage. She's not going to reveal what the test parameter is.
Yep, that's fine. and gonna take the shot.
Well, do you want the test voltage first, or are you just going into the shot?
Yeah. No, give the test voltage first.
Okay. Hey, thank you for the raid, Batispada. All right. I want you to make an endurance test as you're holding this thing, and your muscles are straining to see if you can you even like get through this. Okay. If the voltage is higher, that ain't gonna cut it. You get through the sample she gave you, and you know how it's gonna be delivered through your cheek and through your shoulder, because that's like the points of contact that's gonna complete this circuit.
Yeah, the circuit. Okay.
Now, that's gonna set your. Actually, this is gonna be a two-parter. So, for the use of any fickle god favors or luck, you're gonna have to make another. You're gonna have to make another endurance. I'd be willing to accept a resist torture or drugs as well. Either.
So I'm not too picky on which one, because there's no numerical value either way.
Okay.
What I will quickly do a little, because we're not in combat, I'm going to do a little bit of solo spookiness.
The point rearranging.
A little bit of point rearranging, yes, because I can do that anytime out of combat. It's very useful. It's very useful that where it's like, yeah, out of combat, I can just make the numbers do what I want. But yeah, so it'll be an endurance into a shoulder arms, I would assume.
Yeah.
That you're looking for. And if it's at 300 meters, then the base DV is 17, and whatever modifiers that I take is going to depend on the endurance roll as to whether I can tank the shock.
The normal shot will be adjusted, I assure you, but we'll see how much based on your ability to take the experimental like sample size shock.
Yep, sure.
Are you spending any luck before you make this initial roll?
I am going to spend 2 luck to make this endurance roll.
Very good.
Which will be a 22.
All right. You are. That actually even beats heroic on the difficulty chart. So she wasn't testing for that. But you line up the shot, and the drone is out there, and she'll shock you when you say that you're ready, and you can't take the shot until after you're getting the simulated the severe battlefield trauma.
Yeah, because she has to turn on the shock for the trigger to unlock, probably.
The voltage is flowing through your body. Like, you can feel the heat or the crackle against your cheek, and your muscles are like spasming, and because it's right against your shoulder, it's right against your face, and your muscles are the shot, we're going to we're going to treat this like a cold shot, even though it's not a small target.
Oh,
but that's a
rough modifier.
Because of the intense electrocution right by your noggin and your shooting arm, we're gonna treat this with the modifier of a cold shot.
It's a good thing I did this then.
It's normally -8.
Yeah, that's why I was like, that's a rough modifier. All right. It probably would have been worse if I hadn't succeeded at endurance.
Do you have any more luck to spend?
No. Do I have any Fickle God's favors? And I've
You,
got one.
I believe so. Let me double check here. You have 2.
Yeah.
I'm spending them. I'm spending them both.
Okay, locking in.
Yeah, because I gave you one at the top, and Raven gave you another one.
Sweet. And I must have had one in stock too. So, alright. Then 14 plus 1 is 15. 14, 15, 16, 17, minus 8. So this will be at a 9. So whatever this roll is, minus 5 total. Sorry, minus 4 because targeting scoop. And I hit it. DV 17.
Okay.
Because that would make it a 19. So I hit the target.
You're twitching. You feel the heat. You just hear the electricity going through you, and there's this drone flying far away at the end of this compound. Boom! The shot echoes throughout this concrete bunker. I would like you to make a perception, Kiri.
I will happily make a perception. In a moment when the she wants to play ball with me. And then I have to... There it is.
Okay.
Not great, but it'll do.
When the shot goes off and the drone kind of like falls down, the electricity stops flowing. There's no need for it to continue through you. And as Adjudicator Lynn is standing there, you can hear the faintest whir in her arm. So, not that D-Res would lie to you, but you can hear it. Just a little bit of a rev up of some servo or something or another in her arm. She doesn't look to you. She's holding and looking at the data pad. Target neutralized. However, your pain vocalization measured at 85 decibels. Your heart rate spiked to 190. Your biological flailing forced the barrel's microgyros to burn out a servo, overcompensating by 4 degrees. The weapon performed perfectly, despite your lack of neural discipline. Take an aspirin and step off the mat.
And Kiri just stands and stretches her arm, what with the convulsions. The funny thing about that, she's not saying this out loud, but the funny thing about what Adjudicator Lynn just said is that even if I had a cyber arm, it would have been worse. Because electricity affects cyber limbs worse.
Unless you get them hardened.
Huh?
Yeah.
Unless you get them hardened.
Oh.
Well, I mean, that'll stop them from being rendered inoperable, but you'll still twitch like a...
Actually, I think if you have a plastic covering, you'd be fine. You need hardening for
Kiri
EMPs.
just wordlessly steps off the mat. She doesn't even take a painkiller. She just... Nope, don't need it.
Okay. Meanwhile, Gopher, you're next. Your final highlight here in the Kang Tao trials. Lynn leads you to a pristine, sterile diagnostic bench. Spread across it are 72 microscopic parts of a Kang Tao Chow smart pistol's magnetic acceleration chamber. You're getting all the techno babble. The test is to reassemble the acceleration chamber and sync it to the receiver. Your catch, which is, this is the hard day. The parts are coated in a volatile thermal paste that degrades rapidly when exposed to oxygen. If you don't assemble it perfectly in under 45 seconds, the paste hardens permanently, fusing the prototype into a useless brick. So, this is going to be a high stakes, a very difficult check here. Let me see what that is going to measure as. I got my handy dandy chart here. All right.
Ciao.
So I'm willing to take weapons tech. You got weapons tech?
Not my strongest. And how many favors do I have?
Why, that is an excellent question, my good gopher. You have one currently floating.
The one favor, huh?
The chow is the fun one. That's the one where you just pop off the entire barrel assembly.
Looking at base 14. I might I might regret this, but I'm burning all 5 of my remaining luck.
All right. Watch you do that. You're gonna crit through this or something.
It's the way evil's dice.
Yeah, it is.
That would be how your dice would be going.
Oh, an employee morale fair? Yeah, I don't have anything in archery. Crit's a bird. All right, sure.
17 plus 5
22.
for 22.
All right. It was coming down to the wire on this. Like, I don't know if you take it as a backhanded compliment, because the circumstances of this test seem very specific. But you know what, Gopher? You fucking did it. Make a perception for me. D-Rez was right. The faintest hum or purr comes out of her arm as she tells you the following. Assembly complete with 1.4 seconds remaining. Acceptable. However, telemetry indicates you applied 0.4 pounds of excess torque to the secondary housing screws. You are treating a precision magnetic accelerator like a rusted pipe wrench. The microfractures you caused will reduce the weapon's lifespan by 6%. Do better next time. That was the good reply.
I thought she was going to
Watch, I'm gonna roll the shit reply.
Someone's gotta.
really
I got
thought
these
she
lined
was-
up for a reason.
I really thought she was about to say you reduced the weapon's lifespan by 6 minutes. I'm like, how do you know that?
She would be that precise, though.
Yeah.
She would be.
Bringing up operational lifespan in a weapon that loads all of its bullets into the barrel and then ejects the barrel when you're done emptying the barrel is extremely petty.
It's a very violent delivery and ejection system.
Yeah, the Chow literally has the bullets in the barrel. It electromagnetically fires them, and then it ejects the barrel. It's funny. It is the last weapon you have to worry about operational lifespan.
All right.
Not like these Tektronica guns.
So, the final test, at least that we're focusing on, D-Rez. It's your turn to be in the spotlight.
Watch me fuck it up.
D-Rez, please pierce into this Arasakura weapons server.
You would.
All right. So, what you have lined up for you, D-Rez. And man, Lynn really loves you.
Of course she does. Of course she does.
She explains that Kang Tao weapons are heavily shielded against enemy netrunners. She needs you to test the weapon's internal ice. So, to do that, Adjudicator Lynn has placed an automated smart turret right here in front of you.
Oh, great.
As you just see the floor, and then a turret, and then the barrels come down.
Oh. Fun.
The turret immediately paints you red with targeting lasers. Therefore, you have to jack into the local subnet and slice through the turret's onboard daemon to update its IFF, Identify Friend or Foe, database. To register yourself as friendly before the turret's 3-second firing sequence completes.
Oh.
In other words, you're kind of having a quick draw as a netrunner against a turret. Because this is effectively one round.
Yeah.
And we'll see. Hopefully she didn't load it with live ammo. But all this did happen really quickly and suddenly, so this is going to test your quick draw skills as a netrunner.
Yeah.
So, you are going to, you're going to have a bit of a high stress interface check here. Your goal is to beat the turret's onboard ice in a single net action. And as the others have asked, I will kindly tell you that you have 3 Fickle God favors available.
Okay. So a single round, so 3 net actions in total.
Your move,
It's
partner.
all that I have.
Yep. But
and one
so-
of them needs to be a control, so that you can update the database.
Yeah. So in that respect, do I need to spend a net action to jack in?
for this, yeah, there's the 3 separate things. We can condense this down to one action.
Okay.
That'll make your Fickle Gods a little bit more potent. So we don't need to worry about spending all 3, because this is just going to be a one and done. And I'm not worried about you could you critically fail rolling to jack into it or something? I suppose. I'm not worried about that. I want to focus on you having a quick draw, Western style with this turret to see who's the fastest gun in the West here.
So you're just asking for one interface
I want
check?
yep. We're gonna do this as a one and done, a one and done interface roll. You have 3 fickle gods. This is going.
All 3 of them are going in.
If you were frustrated at planting a virus in a Dynalar subnet, let that empower and frustrate you and motivate you to succeed this time, please.
So I'm going to spend my 3 fickle gods favors and all 5 luck.
Whew, all right. We're pouring it in here.
So they would be this roll plus 8.
Given what's happened, so yeah, makes sense. Oh my god.
Fucking.
Oh.
Ew.
For a net plus 4.
Oh man,
Wow.
D-Rez, I guess those milliseconds do count.
You will have 3 seconds to disarm this turret. Okay, so I have 3 seconds. Oh, sorry, I meant 3 milliseconds.
You rezzed.
The turret fires a burst of gel rounds that coat you in like the Kang Tao
Rapidly
copyright orange gel. You've been like Nickelodeon slimed. You didn't sign up for the tough stuff, so she's not gonna actually shoot you.
I mean, those are still paintballs, so
Yeah, I mean they're
Yeah,
Few
they're
welts
still
and bruises.
painful paintballs.
a few welts and bruises.
So you are knocked to the floor and you're covered in Kang Tao goo. Lynn, standing beside you, doesn't flinch. The weapons on board Damon just isolated your deck, formatted your active buffer, and classified you as a hostile target. If this were a live fire exercise, you and your associates would be currently requiring a mop for cleanup. Disconnect from my subnet immediately. You are polluting my data stream.
I think this lady invented ablating people's egos.
She definitely ablated D-Rez's ego.
Reduce the SP of your ego by 1.
In this case, I'd say it would be by 8. D-Rez
see.
has zero will to continue right now.
Man, if you guys could probably make a better vampire reference, but she is definitely a bard with great use of cutting words.
Yep.
In all fairness to you as well, I had something queued up if you just hit the 17 mark instead of because usually you have to beat
But
everything right in the
I
system.
didn't just crit fail. I
max
ultimate
crit fail.
crit fail.
Oh, I know. I gave you the I gave you the the failure text and you got oozed. So you got talked down to and you got coated in goop.
She is extremely demoralized right now. She needs a fucking strong drink.
There's some
Especially
real
after
water
talking
back in the
to
office, so
Fucking feels bad, man.
We can
Thank
have alcohol when you get home.
Hey, Curie, is your guys' apartment above the jumper nest?
It is, in fact.
I mean, at
Okay.
least the good part, maybe you complimented her and Kang Tao by showing how awesome and powerful their ice is, and it can baffle like a elite hacksaw like you. So
It probably wasn't even more than anything more than like an imp.
Maybe that last job still has you kind of frazzled. We got to have some sort of like a training montage where you get your confidence back. All right. So
What little empathy I can give you.
Thank you.
Now you know. Now you know what it's like.
Thank you. I guess.
I mean, look, you guys at least all like really started out good. The first ever drive roll I made was a crit fail.
Yeah. Yeah, and JP will never let him let that down or go away. So you know that's all right. Well then, you all meet the gel. The gel has since dried on you, Drez, and it can like flake off. It's not like leaving you dyed or anything, but it just sort of like was like crackle, and then it would like flake off of you as it.
Overload.
But yeah, your day is over, and Adjudicator Lynn. Adjudicator Lynn looks to each of you through her visor, tells you that she appreciates you fulfilling your contracts, and as soon as the shop has recorded that you have been successfully dropped off, you should find your money waiting for you in your listed accounts within the next hour. After the confirmation. So
Thinking on the way out, just like, thank you for your work, Kiri. Thank you for your work over Drez.
Employee Drez, I've noted your attendance.
Oh.
Your attendance has been noted.
Yeah, no, you now know what it feels like to fuck up the one role that you're really good at. Royally.
Kiri's rubbing off on you.
This is my job.
This is why we are the lost and found.
And me making long shots with a sniper rifle is my job. And yet.
And if you all want to compare your stories, or not that any of this is gonna like leave you scarred, Kiri, unless you want it for some reason. Like, but there could even be like tingling or burns, or like you have a bunch of little goose pimples still from all that electricity flowing through you. I mean, there was nothing like noxious that it would have like, you know, burnt your facial hair or something, but you can talk about this and compare the weird kind of final trials that you were put through, which were more extreme than what you started as, with just sort of, here's this weapon, fire it and analyze it. Here's this weapon, fire and analyze it. But Friday is complete, and each of you can add to your character sheets. Gopher and Drez 500, and Kiri, you will receive 800 for doing the more dangerous, painful work.
And Drez is noticeably demoralized.
It's got those little like anime squiggles, like that dark aura.
100%.
I just
JoJo.
imagine when they get home, Kiri just like goes over to where she put the alcohol that they bought, because she bought quite a bit, like at the market, because it was bulk and going for excellent quality, but it's going for bulk. She just goes, she just pours like probably like a neat shot of like whiskey or whatever, and just hands it to D without a word.
All right, Drez, you know what to roll, and we know how this ended up last time.
We do.
It ended up pleasantly for her last time.
It did. Resist.
You don't want.
Okay, there you go.
You don't.
Maybe you're just
you don't
sipping
want
this
Nomad
thing.
drink?
If you want to get
it.
drunk, you can, but it doesn't like, you're not like, and then you're completely, you know.
No, she's not
Face down,
passing
ass
out
up
after
on the
first
ground.
Drink. She's built up a little bit of tolerance now. She's just like, fuck. Was one demon. One.
Plus the Dynal one makes that two.
You don't want to have the hardest Outback drink. You can get some peyote cactus juice.
Oh.
That's a nomad drink.
Mm.
Remember,
Kiri
some
just
nomads
kind
are
of,
out there on that.
Kiri just slow turns to D. Flubbing what is meant to be a very easy task that you're meant to be very good at. Now you know how I feel.
You
She's
don't
not
have-
rubbing it in. She's being very matter of factual when she says it because she doesn't want to do what D did to her, where D kind of rubbed it in.
Am I bad?
No.
Then why do I fucking suck?
Because sometimes life decides to simply bend you over, and the dildo of consequences rarely comes unlubed.
That's the second time that you've mentioned lube in a week.
I don't know, I guess I've just had it on the mind.
Real subtle.
The thing is, she's not
Yeah,
even thinking like that. It's
They're
just
past
no
needing to pussyfoot
lubrication,
around
it's on
about
the
it,
mind.
so.
First it was the Dynalore place. I could have, but it was just royally rolling me over in the goddamn network. And then now, with King Tao, that turret fucking bent me over too.
You are aware that demons do represent basically the highest level of limited artificial intelligence normally employed, right? Unlike most other programs, you're going up against a thing that actually thinks.
She called it ice.
If it was well, technically, a demon is black ice. Just in the same way that a rocket is a piece of ammunition.
Yes.
Yes, in that they're technically the same, but technically not at the same time.
No, it is more a matter of black ice is like regular black ice is like bullets. Demons are like rockets. One is much more dangerous and more highly destructive than the other. That was the point I was making.
Thankfully, it was only firing like paintballs. But it was completely embarrassing. Still is completely embarrassing.
Yes, and I understand. Kiri just kind of clasps D by both shoulders. I think you know full well how much I understand that.
Strangely enough, I'm starting to think about whether I should actually take up a new cyber deck. Because then maybe I won't fuck up so bad.
It's... A poor artist is one who blames their tools. It's not the cyber deck. And she gently taps Deer as a temple. It's your mentality. You're disquieted at conflict. You can't think straight.
I don't like conflict. I don't like getting into trouble. I don't like getting into situations where I have to do this or that in order to think quickly.
Few people do. And those who do are either adrenaline junkies or psychopaths. But you need to clear your mind. Come here.
She goes over.
Yeah. And Kiri would basically position D so that D-Res is basically sitting in her lap, back to her. Close your eyes. Clear your mind. deep breaths. 7 seconds in, 7 counts in, 3 counts out. In through the nose, out through the mouth.
You realize that 10 seconds is an eternity, right?
So is eternity. What else is new?
She just kind of melts into whatever it is that Kiri's doing in the moment.
Yeah. Kiri's guiding her through meditative exercises.
Yeah.
Because it's like, no, it's not the cyber deck. It's not your tools, it's you. You're
She's
shaken.
frazzled.
You're shaken, you're rattled. And when it comes to the fact that, sure, there's both a bodily and a mental component of what Kiri does. What D-Res does is all mental. So if you're frazzled...
Yeah, Kiri's fighting the war on two fronts. All right. Well, then, hopefully the meditation will help. The night will pass, and it will be Saturday, which means that unless there is anything that any of you, as the Lost and Found, I mean, barring real estate, but that's really the side conversation. That's the out of character stuff to do. We don't need to run some sort of virtual Zillow thing through Night City to look at things. But what we can do is bring everyone together then at the Golden Dragon, because it is now Saturday, February 2nd. Fix that on this
And
way.
that is the time where this needs to be deducted.
Yes, rent and food needs to be deducted.
Yep. That also means that the job offers from the convention center have expired for Gopher and D-Res.
I am actually upgrading my food to generic pre-pack.
Okay.
I bought a month of generic pre-pack as well, because we could afford that, because our rent costs are only $7.50 a piece.
Okay.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, I need to know then for this if I'm really sharing of, and I don't know how successful I've been.
For purposes of the headquarters, the headquarters will resolve at the, this is out of character, spoilers, we'll resolve this at the end of the month, because you're gonna have to go and sign some stuff and do some initial fixing, and you're also working in the meantime too, presumably. So your searching now will mean that when the arc ends, you'll get headquarters IP that all of you can invest however you want, but we'll close the real estate deals throughout this month. That way you can still work and do some other things in the meantime with the crew.
So I'm still on the 1100 then, okay. Paid in full. And 3 eddies off of having another monthly cost.
I have another monthly cost, plus 900 or so eddies.
Yep, I'm sitting on that right now too.
Which is say I'm 3 from a monthly cost, or 1,003, because I want Cyberpunk.
Yeah, that's... Oh, there's stuff I've got to buy.
Do I hear from Wendy during this week?
Not yet.
Okay.
But it is now. It's been a couple days. She might be looking into it. She hasn't emailed you back, or somehow messaged you back about it. So hopefully she'll get back to you in this coming one.
Okay.
But JP, if you're here and you want to talk, or if you want, I can just present I can go and present the scream sheets if you don't have anything to preface.
I greet everyone as they come in.
Hello.
How are you doing this evening?
Peachy.
Peachy keen, I've often heard. As well, even. I wish I could say I was in the same spirits.
Are you not?
Oh, don't worry, I'll go over it.
seems like you might have a job lined up.
There's a couple of offers on the table, yes.
Well, after getting electrocuted by Kang Tao, I would very much like to hear what you've got on offer.
Speaking of King Tao, it's so much warmer in here than it was at their facility.
Oh yeah.
Yes, actual human response. You wouldn't
Which
know
is
how much
nice.
you wouldn't know how much you miss it until you don't have it.
She was cold as a robot.
I wasn't looking for linear frames, but I bet she probably wasn't as close to an FBC as you could get without actually being an FBC, but even then.
I guess the silver lining is that stuff's gonna be worth every eddy.
What, the work?
No, the equipment.
I got paid 500 eddies to embarrass myself.
Well, I mean, that's not too bad. There's lots of folk out on the street that embarrass themselves every day for free.
I suppose.
I had a high voltage current run through my face and shoulder, and was forced to fire a gun under duress for 800.
I think I would have took.
Talk about your usual profession.
I think I would have accepted that over what I got splattered with fucking paintballs.
That was not an easy shot.
No.
In fact, it was about as hard as the shot on the AV.
Lucky shots. You're just that good.
Not necessarily where my mind would go, but
What essentially happened to me is imagine what would happen if you plugged your interface plugs in backwards. I made that kind of a mistake. As in, doesn't fit. You can't force it to go in because it doesn't fit.
They haven't moved from USB A to C yet, so it's a 50-50 shot every time.
But enough about Kang Tao. I'm done with them. Completely done with that. Never have to see Lynn and her visor-covered face ever again.
Kiri just quietly. I don't know if that picked up on the mic, but she knocked on wood. Maybe it's synthetic wood table, but knocked on wood.
What you been up to, Outback?
Looking around. There's a few decent properties, but I probably won't be able to finalize anything till the end of the month.
You have decent properties. You can say that with confidence.
Few decent ones, relatively speaking.
I did talk to that Wendy chick this week. And I'm waiting to hear back about my pay. for the story. It's been 5 days now. Not sure if JP, you can give her a poke for me and see where she might be on that. Because since when does it take 5 days to verify if information is correct, given the newsworthiness of the whole thing?
Well, you tell me. How long does it take for us sometimes to get everything set up and to talk to the right people?
Couple days, I guess, but
I mean, fixing stuff up, can take, I guess depending on what it is, can be anywhere from a couple hours to weeks. And that's if I have time to work on it.
well, that's she doesn't have to fix anything. She just has to verify that what I told her is true.
And then decide whether or not she's going to spin it into a tale. And that could take a little while.
It's one of, multiple stories she's probably working on and reaching out to contacts and everything.
I don't want to be a pest.
She might just be haggling with Dinah to get more than whatever she promised you to not set the information out there.
Possibility, but I think unlikely. Wendy likes stirring up nest holes with wasps. Then she can feed it to the politicos. Politicals can use it to give votes. Or campaign fund.
Yeah, I don't think anyone believes that votes are what keeps people in positions of power.
Well, the mayor is still an elected official.
On paper.
Elected by Night City's finest council.
Elected by someone's pockets.
Well, according to everywhere else, Night City is a corrupt city, so there's always Northern California.
Well, we're not here to discuss why corrupt government is a waste of 2 syllables, so...
Well, I sold her the story with the intention of her being able to bring it to light. Because I have zero experience in dealing with news media. If I did, I would have done it myself.
That's why we have fixers.
But yeah, just waiting to hear back. I'm hoping she contacts me within a couple days, because if not, then I'm gonna actually call her. And instead of just texting, see what's up.
Just be sure not to wear out your welcome.
What I would advise, what I usually advise with most clients,
Well, like I
About
said,
2 weeks.
I said, I don't want to be a pest. I've only bugged her like once.
There you go.
And I usually don't have to wait this long for someone to pay me for a piece of information. She has the information.
Yes, but verification of something that's going to require digging into Dynalar internal reports and the like is probably going to take a little bit longer than that.
Not that I want to, per se, hurt your ego even more than whatever you did for Kang Tao did, but do keep in mind Wendy's a busy lady. And well, it has been 5 days for you waiting on this one thing. She has probably done 120 things each day. Like I said, give folks 2 weeks. Give them a couple of weekends. And then if you haven't heard from them, still haven't gotten paid, then you bring it back up to me, and then it's me knocking up. Because now she's putting my reputation.
That is his job.
I understand. I get it. But sometimes, especially when we're talking a little bit larger sums of money, people want to move a little bit slower. And especially if it's stuff that you don't want easily tracked, then you kind of have to filter money around or get a hold of a bulk piece of cash.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Just
Not that I was
Well-
listening in, the proprietor says as she comes by to conveniently refill your tea, D-Rez and everyone else after D-Rez. But there is a bit of wisdom I can pass on to you, from what little I was able to pick up from back in the kitchen area.
you're always conveniently stepping in these kinds of conversations.
Oh, isn't it wonderful? There's a bit of ancient wisdom from Lao Tzu that goes, nature does not hurry, yet everything is accomplished. I would suggest that if you're not familiar with it, you look into Wu Wei. That might help you with your eagerness. Though I understand, as I was once young too, there's a brashness to youth that this old woman can't advise away. But I can refill your tea. And she does, and she'll go through and refill everyone else's too before she disappears back into the kitchen to not listen in.
I'll say thank you to her. JP.
Patience is a virtue, and I suppose all that shit.
And patience being a virtue that you are still learning, I introduce you the next bit to keep your attention. And he'll start pulling out some of the tabloids and other scream sheets he's collected.
Yep. It's about that time.
And then there's also another piece of paper that is folded over that he pulls out, though he doesn't unfold it right away. And he lets you guys look over the scream sheets first.
Yeah, let's take a peek. No, are you seriously gonna? Something went wrong. Manage uploads. I'm gonna have to restart my Roll20 session here because it's not letting me. 1 second here.
I've noticed that sometime if you're like sometimes when you hit your threshold, it doesn't really tell you that that's what the error is. I've had that happen before with Roll20. So you're just like, you're trying to upload, and it's like, no, man, like it looked like it worked, but it's not working.
Also, to have to save from doing that every time, you could always just put it on the screen sheet, the back, like send it to the back, just as you do with like scene images.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's like a better like workflow or execution on it that I know.
You can have it ready that way.
Everything's restarted. All right, new scream sheet for the week of February 3rd through the 9th.
The other one is still showing up.
Is it
A
now?
little bit, I think.
No, it's not. Not on my end.
Yeah, there we go.
I should have deleted it off.
Some of the ads are just still carrying over.
Yeah, a few of the topics are still there.
Hey, Chromanticore, our low quality can. All of it's terrible for you. Drink it.
Yeah. In fact, Chromanticore Fusion, it has Bondo. Now, I don't know. Maybe Bondo has what plants crave. But in this case, instead of electrolytes, if you drink this formulation of Chromanticore, it's supposed to stop the twitch, which is the nickname that people are giving the sort of a lingering symptom of sump fever.
Yeah, I mean, if it has Bondo in it, I mean, it works for, putting together fiberglass, metal, and concrete, so it'll definitely stop you from twitching.
They wouldn't make an ad about it if it didn't work. So you should drink more. Chromanticores, specifically Chromanticore Fusion. Fuse your chrome.
Okay, I'm gonna fuse myself together.
Hell yeah.
If I'm too full of, I'm full of polyester putty, then the bullets can't get in.
Yeah. See, you're getting how this works.
Retro Tech Heritage Museum. Interesting. UFO sighting. Our old set of.
I'm guessing the Retro Tech Heritage Museum is in there because you remember that I was interested in those old data terms. You didn't happen to be fishing for that kind of thing, did you, JP?
So, my brain did not. I heard everything you said, but I don't know what you said. Sorry.
Well, you put that scream sheet in there because I was talking about the one guy who got, what was it, abducted by aliens or some shit from the old data terms in Ohio.
Yeah. Drake looks up which tabloids and scream sheets have relevant information. Tells me which one to collect. Drake helps me tailor our news sources for what you guys want to know. Another service I provide. Customization.
Because there's a couple things about
Concierge.
UFOs and things like that here in your pile.
The UFOs aren't really my thing.
They're not typically my thing either, but who knows what you can do with information from, like, the Retro Museum says touch the 2020s, pre-crash data and shit like that. Corporations are looking for that kind of information all the time.
Then maybe it's worth scoping the place out.
If it's in a museum like this and the corps haven't had their fingers in every single one of those pies and skimmed them all for every piece of data that they have already, it could be we're just going to look at some some old data terms that don't work anymore.
Here's the thing about those kinds of tech enthusiasts. Even if the corpse came in and plucked everything, the paranoid ones have backups, and backups of backups, and backups of backups of backups.
I wonder why.
That basically how we got the crash.
The data crash was Rage Bartmoss unleashing all the rabbits.
Unleashing the rabbits
Well,
virus, yes.
That was, well, to me, that was just one tiny piece. A very terrible time.
But it's something that the world is still kind of recovering from.
Netwatch is still lurking in the black wall, and so on and so forth. But if one was to want to journey beyond such things,
then they'd be crazy.
Yes, but you would need 20 years tech.
I think that might be a little bit of false advertising. I doubt they're gonna let you actually touch stuff.
And
There's sanitized pieces of code from the old net. They also have brain dances from old runners. I think they even have a virtual, like, you know, the old net had a XYZ physicality to it. It was a spatial place. And I think they still have a virtual representation of it. It doesn't work like the net, but it shows you what it used to look like. Or at least what the consensus agreed it looked like.
I mean, I'd be interested to go and see what this old tech was like.
It's only 15 eddies.
But it's 15 eddies.
See, but that's covered by lifestyle, certain. That's like that's an entertainment going to the museum.
that's either they're looking to push earning of money, or they actually have something of value.
Plenty of value. They have a whole bunch of retro tech that collectors would pay top dollar for. I know at least one runner who would love to have a lot of that retro stuff.
And who's that?
I'd say just let the old net burn and die already.
Well, it's not that simple, JP.
Sure it is. It's all physically hosted somewhere.
Yeah, in the
Blow the
middle
damn
of
thing up
bunkers
already.
and in space and in everywhere else that you can possibly think of that's hidden away by corporations here, there, and everywhere. And most of those facilities are probably abandoned because the data crash made it so that they were susceptible to any kind of attack. So those are now living spaces for anything from the Rabbids era. So it's not that simple. They would have done that. They wouldn't have had to erect the black wall if it wasn't for the fact that they couldn't turn everything off.
Kids can find a cable, point and plug it into a cyberdeck and fry its damn brains out.
Again, not that simple. There's servers upon data terms upon, like I said, facilities that we don't even know about.
Of course, you'll then also have the corporations that have their own secret facilities that built demilitarized zones inside the old net that they still had control of. Rabbits never got in. It's parts of the old net that are completely sterilized, but under major surveillance.
Huh.
The thing about AIs like that is that it's not that they got more powerful after being infected by rabbits, they simply went mad.
Me?
Like digital cyber psychos.
And those AIs were in there pre-crash too. Rage Bart Moss, kooky as he may have been, quote unquote, set them free.
I mean, the research was out there. Drake is one of those proto AI in a way, just with lots of restraining bolts put in place.
Which is how AI should be.
And, not infected with rabbits.
Well, yes, that's... I was just talking intelligence.
Miss Drez, are you happy with the selection offered for this week's Scream Sheet? Says Drake.
Well, you've definitely been overhearing my conversations, Drake.
Would you like me to also look up ancient Chinese wisdom to offer you?
No, that's okay.
Yes, Drake, you should do that.
No.
Very well, JP. Commencing research.
I would like you to
Opponent
text her
of choleric
a new
temperament.
affirmation every day at 8 a.m.
Ranked highest on Plebit. Rushing into action, you fail. Trying to grasp things, you lose them.
I'll look these things up on my own time, thanks.
Plebit wisdom. What a fucked up era we live in. Kiri's just kind of looking down at the table, shaking her head in dismay.
Can't trust anyone on that site. Half the top accounts are just corporate people who bought all the uploads.
Now, this might be a little bit out of tone for me to say, given the fact that I'm not necessarily part of that culture, but it seems like someone fed you the black pill. That's Outback. Outback is our red pilled red pilled. They are the oligarchs, and they are feeding us the sweet Kool-Aid.
But he drives Maxes, and
And absolute drives maxing.
Yep.
Real garage core hours.
Yep.
Oh, no.
You completely mogged the
am
NCPD.
I am in such pain hearing every one of those words. It hurts.
Would you like some more pain?
On God, for real.
On God, for real. I dodged about 6 or 7 cops.
This is where we shoved the morphine auto-injector directly into my thigh.
JP, did you want to go over jobs?
Anyways.
I feel ill.
Drink some Chromaticore Fusion, bro.
Sorry to harsh your vibe. Gonna slowly start using older and older slang.
No. After talking to a few of my contacts and looking over what was available in a good amount of time, I managed to talk FedEx into hiring some private security instead of going with another security firm. So that contract is available. I believe it covers several days travel. And I can probably even talk in a bonus if we have our own vehicle to bring. However, yesterday, I was running through some of my dead drops through the city, looking to see if anyone left any special orders. And this is when he takes that piece of paper, he unfolds it, and reveals a note.
Come on, roll 20. You can do it. I believe in you. Lend you my energy so you can spirit bomb.
If you can read this, I need you. They jumped my truck at the docks, swapped the crates. It's raw petrochem runoff in those vials. I didn't do this. I'm framed. The mob is at the doors. They'll burn me alive if I leave. Get me out or find the shipment and prove it. I can pay. And then he shows, he lets you guys look over it as you want. You can see it's by Silas. Well, turn of the year, a little bit after Christmas party, a friend of mine, Silas, said he was going to get a hold of me and see if we could cut some deals, and hadn't heard back from him, and I'd sent out some feelers and hadn't been able to find anything other than he'd been working for Medicorp as some sort of delivery driver. Well, now I guess I figured out what happened to him.
What does he mean by raw petrochem runoff?
Well, I'm going to assume, little lady, that it's just sewage water.
No, he's talking about the stuff that got into the floodwater that was causing some fever. It was petrochem runoff that was causing the symptoms. Remember how there was that clinic shut down in Sector 4 for giving toxic cures? If they weren't getting the cure and they were getting runoff that was causing the fever instead, of course you would have a spike in cases.
Oh.
Connecting that to Chromanticore, that's what people are calling the Twitch. The cyber rejection.
Which means they just inserted into Chromanticore, they basically inserted some sort of bonding agent that's designed to grab the runoff grab the free metals and runoff present in the bloodstream and drag it out through the liver, through urine.
Well, it's just literally glue.
Molecular glue.
So, Chromanticore puts out that they have a new flavor that's supposed to help with the Sump Fever twitch. Hold on. This guy said that they swapped the crates. That the raw petrochem runoff in the vials that were stolen from him? Is that how I'm understanding this?
No, they switched the crates. Instead of him getting the vaccine that he was meant to give to people, they switched it out for petrochem runoff, which is what was causing the spikes from that clinic that they shut down.
Wonder if he knows who they are.
I do believe he do know who they are, for they are at the door.
You think the mob did it? Or maybe they were just hired to
Gangers?
get rid of him, and that that this is a cover for something else. Because what would gangers want to do? Why would gangers have an interest in swapping out boxes of vaccine?
Have the vaccine for their people.
Here's
but
the
it was
thing.
being handed out for free.
The
They just
mob
walk in and get it.
is not just some ganger. The mob is older than Night City. Heck, there was a time before my time where the mob ruled Night City. So they could have all sorts of interests in vaccine, advanced medicine, and in poisoning people.
And selling it on the black market to make a profit.
Yeah, but what would the benefit be? If you just wanted it, why would you switch it? Why not just steal it?
Because you don't want the theft to be known.
Yeah, but you would notice it anyway.
They obviously didn't.
Not until
Well, I believe the answer is pretty obvious. You steal the cure, you make people sick, and you sell the cure back to them at a profit.
Oh, yeah, you know that dirty clinic you went to? I have the real stuff. For 3 times the price.
Sure.
Why give people a cure for free when you can charge them for it?
Romantic.
Sure.
It's a pretty ganger MO, but
Plus, you have to remember, we're coming off the time of the Red. People are still more willing to trust their neighbors and even gangers and mob than corporation.
Sure, but that was also 20 years ago.
Hopefully it showed up for you all, but
that much.
I swapped to bring the screen sheets back up to the forefront, and I'm
fine.
Okay. I'm highlighting the big drive. Rising tides, Sump recovery drive success. Hope rises above the floods. Sump fever contained. Charity fund hits 200% goal. Rebuilding Sector 4 commences. Local relief hub, we're open. Aid received, community built. Look at this. Box of relief aid, tech installs, water filter and purifications.
Yeah, so the question would be, whilst it could be a jab at the quote-unquote gentrification of Sector 4, something about this strikes me as just not in their modus operandi. Because you're right, JP, the mob have been around, the mafia, whatever you want to call them, actual bona fide gangsters have been around since the 1900s. They are a thing that predates even you and I. However, the thing about this is such capitalization on such things is usually outside of their modus operandi. Sure, there is the I have the clean stuff, but I'll sell it to you at 3 times the price. But usually it is especially in these times, that such gangs will mobilize before the provincial government does.
Then
which is actually a nod to real life events where the Yakuza would actually do nice things in the fallout of World War II. They were more active in helping people than the Japanese government were.
And they technically continued that trend all through there.
Yeah, they still do that today.
Just recently in Osaka, an anonymous donor gifted several $1 million of physical gold to the city to replace the sewer system.
Yeah, gold bullion. Who pays in gold bullion for
anonymously?
Things? Yeah, anonymous.
Yeah.
Well, I believe there's quite a bit of difference in operation between Yakuza and Mafia.
There are, but the point is that they normally tend not to screw over the local people because they make most of their money on protection racket.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Al Capone is the reason why we have expiration dates on food. He didn't want kids getting sick from bad milk.
Exactly. You can't exploit
and that
the
tax
people
evader.
If the people. You can't exploit the people if the people die. And if they're sick and you try and take advantage of that, it kind of paints you in a bad light. So whilst they do awful things, they tend to try and make themselves look good to the common man, so that when times are down, people do actually turn to them.
The
the other
mob,
thing is
maybe
about
not,
this.
but petrochem would make people sick and steal cures.
That was
If
more
you-
what I was thinking.
Who else would have easy access to large amounts of petrochem runoff?
The other thing too,
They're the source of
I
it,
think
given that
it's been brought
explosion
up.
and the acid rain that followed and the flooding.
Yeah. The other thing too of the timing of that chromanticore. I wonder if I wonder if they're involved in this in some way.
Is Chromanticore made by a subsidiary of Petrochem?
Let me look at.
Sounds like something we could send Drake to sniff out overnight. Tell us in the morning.
In real life,
he's
there's a
defi-
yellow food dye that's made from like coal tar. So
So, from what I'm able to see here, chromanticore was entirely invented for 2077, and it is not based on anything.
this is a wild new independent person coming onto the scene.
So yeah.
Well, he's asking
Independent.
for help to get out or find his shipment of cures, and I'm not sure which is going to be more likely.
We'll take that. We'll take this over. I think if you're fine with that, JP.
I was going to say that I understand that money is sometimes more valuable than cast-off connection. But me and Silas were business partners, so I was going to, even if you accepted the other job, I was going to see to this one person. So
No,
it
I think
does
this is.
make it easier on me for you to accept it outright.
Well, he's a friend of yours.
Good friend.
You
What-
do. You
And
would
in
do
fact,
so.
Outback, you and him might get along. He used to run with some urban street racers.
I mean, I'm
Maybe.
sure you'd do the same, JP. But if any of us had a friend who was, in trouble,
I would provide my services at a fair market value. That is correct.
To be honest, I was wanting to maybe get a look at one of those UPS Freighter AVs, but if we're gonna help your friend, then we might as well help someone.
do you know whereabouts he was hiding out last?
I think that the scrap of paper that is written on is a clue. I think he's holing up inside the clinic where he made the delivery.
Then I
If it
think
is
we
the
should go
mob,
sniff.
you know that they don't like to just engage in homicidal acts of violence inside of public facilities.
What I'm
No,
saying,
they're
what I'm
not
reading
like-
is, if it is the mob, as in literally the mafia, then those clinics are probably what the mobs run in. And they're not happy that someone stole their vaccines.
No about any of that. If it was the mob running this clinic, he wouldn't be able to hole up in it. They'd just come over.
Keeping him holed up in there until they figure out what's going on. That's why he can't leave.
I think the intonation is that the mob's the one that messed with the shipment. Now they want him.
He's being framed for the swap, though. The mob think that he made the swap. I think that's what I'm getting from this.
Maybe. Now the question is, do we dive in and try to backtrace some of the information. Maybe try and go to the petrochem facility. See if that's where if the cameras survived the explosion is. Or we'd have to find some other location.
Well, I was thinking the docks, right?
Perhaps. We might be able to also get a person inside to talk to him. I don't know the status of the clinics that got shut down and who all can move in and out. How much the mob are gonna necessarily let people move in and out if they're looking for someone.
Somebody could present with symptoms of some fever. Coming looking for help.
Well, you would need quite a lot or any visible cyberware to easily present the symptoms of some fever. Not really easy to show a twitch when your cyberware is entirely inside your head.
Unless it's a head twitch.
I think the only person who could convincingly play such a thing would be JP.
Probably.
And unfortunately,
I'm not exactly the most convincing of people.
I think it's more a matter of, at this point, why don't we simply scope out what's going on first?
Yeah. Scope out the clinic, see what's going on there. Somebody said something about scoping out the explosion site. I'm
I
not,
don't think you're gonna find anything there based on what happened in that explosion.
especially since it's been
I was
cleaned, probably.
thinking more, blame it on my old age, I was thinking more of the facility the truck was loaded and then
Docks.
went into like petrochem, but that wouldn't be where they loaded the back.
Yeah, the docks
Yeah.
is where he got jumped, is what he said.
There we go, sorry.
If
So we can
anyone
go to
was
the
making
docks and see if
vaccines.
there's any networks with cameras to look through.
I can do that.
Not a bad
You
idea.
and Kiri probably do that, or at least someone should accompany you, D-Red, just in case you're going.
Just in
Never
case
know
what?
you might find. Just in case you go unconscious or something, you never know what you might find in a random net arc.
Yeah, that's fair. Given my luck. Given my luck, I'm gonna need all the time that I need. All the time in the world, even.
Well,
If I can get a good visual on who it is that jumped him, identifying markers or things like that, as, bozos or maelstrom, they're easy to point out. Scavs, even.
Or just a bunch of maid men.
How back? You got a radio communicator?
I do not. I'm trying to get one, but that kind of tech doesn't fall off a truck easily.
Ain't that expensive? Is it, son?
Most people selling official radio communication software aren't exactly dealing with Nomad.
Well, I was thinking.
Thinking about a two-way radio installed in the car?
Well,
I mean, I suppose that's something that
it would probably take me a little bit to source everything I would need for a communications hub in my car. Or I could work with Gopher and try to figure something out.
What I was thinking was, we have 2 go to the docks, 2 go to the clinic, and Outback runs relay.
And why wouldn't we just do that over the encrypted holo?
Biggest tactical separation of duties.
Well, that and I was going to say that less folks might be interested in trying to listen or looking back for it later.
That's I don't remember what book it is, but that's like one of the things the tech does, right?
The what?
The tech has that one thing where they can add any one upgrade to a nomad vehicle. That's a rank 1 upgrade.
Yeah, I can add. Yeah, it's under my upgrade expertise.
Because the communication center is a rank 1 upgrade, so
Upgrade a
you could-
vehicle
think
with
it's,
an upgrade that only requires
We still have to
moto
source
rank
it, though,
1.
I believe. Or 1,000.
So yeah, if you want to go into your tech pad and come out, you could upgrade Dust Rattler with 6 radio communicators, 6 scrambler descramblers, a radio scanner music player, a homing tracer, and 6 tracers, and an audio recorder. So there's an entire center console in Dust Rattler that has been ripped out for a while.
I guess the other question then is, what would the cost be for that?
I don't know, because I don't...
There's a couple of mayor's desks where they give some really good insights and explanations to it. I'm pretty sure it's the 1,000 price category for the rank 1 up.
Well, then looking into the time and the expense, if you're going to go for this job, so the 2 that were overtly set out, not that you still can't do side quest stuff or visit the museum or other things that are out there as well. This, by virtue of a handwritten note to JP, there's not exactly an expiration time. It's not like a contract offer that falls off on a particular day, but the circumstances are dire. So if you do need to do any building or shopping, we need to talk about it and take care of it, because at any point in time, if he's not already dead, he could be made dead. So if this way is this, as opposed to the FedEx job, you're locking into a contract to go on a ship and protect it for a while. Like you're guarding a caravan. It's that kind of a quest. I mean, in D&D terms, right? This is more loosey-goosey, right? You're not locked into a contract. This is you, through JP, doing a personal favor for someone who could have been framed, or is just saying he's framed, or is involved in who knows what, and whatever other scabs this can pick, with an unquantified payout as well. So there's a difference in the jobs. If you do go this route, this is way more loosey-goosey, but there is an ultimate timeline I'm aware of that you all aren't. And not that there's any clues otherwise, you would have to determine that for yourselves. So if you do need to shop or build or upgrade or something, then we got to talk about it, and you got to get it done, and then compare that to the timeline I'm running in the background of events that happen.
So I guess in that respect, then, how long would it take Gopher to make the upgrade to Dust Rattler?
Technically, it's not making; it's just upgrading Dust Rattler.
Okay.
It would be in his description, presumably, or if not, we'll have to look into a splat book that might flesh it out more. Because I don't have it memorized.
Because I think with Moto and stuff, doesn't really come with a cost for the upgrades and such.
You can normally buy, but normally I believe it's 1,000 eddies per. They have a market value.
They do. I believe each rank is the like so it starts at expensive, and then it goes up to 5,000 for rank 2s, and then I think it's 10,000 is the next one for rank 3.
Yeah, so
Unattaining 10th
it's
rank and they're a bit. It's unattaining 10th rank in the role barely nomad promoted to leadership. Blah 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 blah. Any future family vehicles they wish to be brought at market price. Any future upgrades they desire can be bought at 1,000 each.
Was
Yeah,
that's right, 1,000 no matter what it is.
That's
Yep.
as the head of a nomad family.
Okay.
Though.
So if I have a look at the night market stuff, because you can normally buy them at night markets as well.
Because if Moto 1 is expensive, then that would be 1 week. But if
Well,
it's at the 1,000,
it only takes you, just like installing something into a weapon, it only takes you, because you're just installing.
Yep, they are. So upgrade expertise. Upgrade a vehicle with an upgrade that only requires a nomad roll ability rank of 1. It's treated as 1,000 eddies. Very expensive for this purpose.
Oh, is it still? Man, yeah. I guess it would take you a week to put it in.
so for
crazy.
very expensive, it would be 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, so
Probably
that's
don't
not something that we can do right away, but something
know.
to keep in mind.
And I guess it makes sense if they're doing it at that, because a rank 1 upgrade is anything from a spike strip deployer to turning the
Nice.
car into
Just
a
nice.
mobile home. So
Yeah, basically the only base book things you can't install are armored chassis, security upgrades, heavy weapon mounts and onboard rocket pods, hover and AV engine upgrades, the enhanced interface plug integration for bikes, and that's it. Those are the only things you can't install. You can install literally everything else.
pretty
but that'll
fun.
take 2 weeks, which
We're not gonna do-
It'll
Wouldn't
just take a week.
wouldn't be
Yeah.
Very expensive, 1,000 eddies.
Right.
that is 2 weeks.
Is it?
'Cause I'm looking at the chart
Very
right now,
expensive.
and yeah.
It's DV24, 2 weeks.
Whew. Man, I forgot how quick and hard that thing scales. I apologize.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
cheap and every
yeah.
day is 1 hour.
Well,
But then super
Yeah.
luxury is 1 month per 10,000 eddies. Of cost.
DV29.
Yeah.
You gotta make sure all
Then-
the wiring is correct.
then this is the job
This is-
that you want to take up.
Mm.
Otherwise, there's quick and dirties or the FedEx job, and the other day jobs like in Pacifica. So I know to plan moving forward for next session. What you're doing this?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
we are.
Yeah.
We are
Okay.
going.
we're
changing
gonna
sides.
we're gonna help JP help his friend.
Okay.
Hope that it's worth it pricing.
Well, let me put it this way. I've known Silas almost as long as I've been back to Night City. And Silas has been a very reliable man in terms of getting car parts, cars. He pretty much specialized in it. Can't remember the name of his old pack, but they still race.
Right. I hope he's good for the money.
And even
Outback
if
the
it's
Nomad sounds nonplussed about urban nomads. Do I sense some
Even if-
tension?
even if the money isn't, where we would want it to be, I think having that contact would be equally as valuable too. That way JP knows a guy who can, source car upgrades, because we're talking about getting it upgraded anyway.
Know
Not to
about
mention-
50 or 60 people who can source car upgrades.
Not
Well,
more.
that
All-
too.
all those.
I think it's also more a matter of this contact could also be worth for other things, given that he's in the medical business, so he probably has medtech contacts and whatnot as well, which is doubly useful to have. So he could probably also source cybertech. However,
He'll probably also hook us up with a Ripper.
Like, all right, we're doing this. I'm just saying.
You're the money grubber one?
Well, I think it's more a matter of we can earn money any number of different ways.
I'm sure Silas will make it up to some manner.
Well, then I think I have some security cameras to scrub.
So, who's going where?
We go at least in pairs. If
I'm
we
going
need
to the docks.
If someone needs to stake out, then the most high security or high risk areas I will go with.
In a way, that's the docks. But in a way, also, I wouldn't mind you being there to scrutinize and perceive clinic.
We'll want to have a look at the clinic first anyway. We need to see what sort of resistance we're up against.
We shouldn't take too many people all at once.
No. What I'm thinking is this: JP, you and I will go and survey the clinic. I need to see what kind of resistance we're up against, because that will inform what we might find at the docks in terms of resistance. If this is a mob job, they'll have people at the docks as well. After we make that assessment, then D, you and I will go to the docks.
What about our other boys?
That's also why I want to go to the clinic first. Outback, obviously, you are always useful because you're the
Getaway driver.
But Gopher, I want to see if there is some way that we can get you in and have a look at the way things are kind of cracked.
I think you lost all of us on that one, Carrie.
I think your technical expertise will come in very useful when it comes to physical ingress into the clinic, should we so desire it. I want us to go about the place first, and then after that, we can have a chat about how we might be able to get in case we need to break in. Doubly
So all
so.
four of you are going to the clinic first?
No, I think that is a post-clinic discussion.
So stake it out, then I'll take a look.
That's why
Stake
I
out the
suggested
clinic.
sending two of us
There
at the same time.
is-
Two of us to the docks.
there is something else. So, we all remember the convention, right?
Mm-hmm. How can we forget?
And yeah.
But it started.
Well, the person who tried to blow up the demo stage had a mask that changed the appearance of their face. And
Again.
that mask, while non-functional in its current state, happened to fall into JP's hands. So, just thinking, Matt, what did we say it was going to be 1 week to
Yeah.
fix it?
Yep, it'd take a week to fix.
If I were to take the week off entirely to get it repaired and working again, it could potentially assist us with getting him out.
Do we have a week, though? Do we think?
I mean, he's already been there since clinic got shut down.
Which was
A few
About
days
week
ago?
yeah. No, it's more than that.
It was
Well, it was part
You're-
of.
You're on Saturday. So you're on Saturday of the week that began with the scream sheet that came out, in addition to the news blurb that there's the nice community activity, but in particular there was a clinic in Sector 4 that was shut down.
yeah,
Yeah,
Now,
so he's
building
probably
on
been
this,
in
on the
there
cusp of the next week, JP has received a handwritten note about that clinic regarding Silas. So you could round it to a week if you wish.
No.
It's been a couple days at least, but more than like 2.
Definitely more than 2.
We should have the abilities to support that whilst we keep things distracted. Because if we do have to get him out, then that's a piece of tech that will come in handy. So
At the
Which
very
is why
least,
I
to
brought it
blur
up.
faces.
Yeah.
it involved buying them. I don't know. Do that.
hmm.
So what? We're taking the week to get this mask repaired. Is that the plan?
We'll do the scoping
Before.
and whatnot whilst that's going on.
The mask would be just my thing. So you guys can do the scoping and everything else.
And then plan for whatever it is that we're going to do, whatever it is we find out. We execute it in like a week.
I mean, I'm having a gut feeling that we don't exactly have a whole 7 days from now.
We might not, because who knows when he sent this letter out, too.
So I'm not saying don't do it, Gopher, but I am saying I'm not gonna put my bets on. We might have to hit the clinic in more than just a spot.
Prior to it being done, yeah. Does mean that you're essentially indisposed for that period of time. Still be busy.
I think that's fine enough. If
Alright.
it comes down to it that things go loud enough that we're gonna need to do it without the use of the mask, that would happen anyway, and you being called away from it, it's not going to
Do much.
harm anything, right?
The other thing is, if we don't have the time, I might be able to get it working just long enough to clear out quietly.
Now, if you're telling me you can get it working just long enough, the right time, then maybe we actually do have.
But could fizzle out on us at any point if that's the case.
Yeah, but once we can get them into the streets, it's a lot easier for your roommate to deploy the whatever the hell kind of case that is. Briefcase? More like
She's got lots of things in that
luggage.
briefcase. A couple of guns being only some of them.
Plus, Outback can be just right a few steps, not too far off from the clinic.
In the alleyway, maybe.
And the other thing too is, I think, going quietly, because I'm out of character. I'm looking at my field expertise, and because I can do the jury rig, which makes it work 10 minutes per skill level, and I have points in it, which would give us 50 minutes. So in theory, if I jury rig it on site, should last long enough to at least
It'll
clear
last
the
about an
sector.
hour.
To get him,
Now
to get
whether,
him, to get somebody in and somebody and him out.
yeah, whether we'd like clear the border in time for it to still be working is another story, but by then it shouldn't be necessary.
Again, we'll be well and clear of too many civilians. We can deploy the street sweeper.
There is also always the nuclear option, metaphorically speaking.
Yeah, let's
Oh,
not
right.
actually
I dropped through
deploy
the
nukes.
building.
What was this? I drive into the buildings.
That's,
was fighting.
That's a tits up option.
I mean, if you really just want to go loud, I got a tow cable on it. Wrap it around some window or door frame, I'll pull it right off.
Why worry about that? I think... Did you guys forget that we have grenades?
I'd rather
do.
not use a grenade like that on a building that's in Sector 4, whose security is probably less than stellar.
I was thinking more a matter of if the mob really
no.
are waiting outside, just waiting to lynch this poor guy in Sector 4, they'll scatter real quickly if they find a grenade in the middle of their midst.
Well,
Yeah, but then start
then-
firing bullets at everything that moves.
Unless they can dodge a grenade.
well, I
Hey,
think they'll still
unless
be
they can-
firing bullets.
Well, the other thing is that, sure, you fire enough times in Sector 4, though, and you will receive poor attention.
I think
It could just be a loud snatch and grab. Once we find out and he's there,
We
gotta find out he's there first.
I will note the idea out of character isn't to kill them, it's basically to make them scatter by chucking a grenade into the middle of them, because if they're too loud, it will draw police attention. Especially since Sector 4 is kind of a hot spot given it's being reconstructed at the moment.
Sector 4 is full of violence. Police response isn't going to be what you expect it to be. Think you're forgetting that the police are just the second largest gang in this city, and most of them are in the corpo's pockets.
well,
Sure,
some
but
of
this
those
has
construction sites have corporate security on them too, though.
Yeah,
And
so
they
they'll
don't
let the
mind
corporate
stepping
security
around.
having it. Cops ain't gonna
Um,
do shit in Sector 4.
Oh, they might.
At the very least, not the very dangerous ones. Probably
I
some
really don't
local
think-
beat cops.
I don't think we necessarily need to plan out the stages of a small nuclear option, as it were. We just send.
We just need to find out he's there. If he's there, we go grab him.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, we might be able to just pull this off right now.
Once we find out where he is.
He said he's in that he's probably in that clinic in Sector 4.
Right. So we just
gotta-
pop on over there. Someone gets out, goes inside,
Find out
verifies,
he's
comes back out, and then if he
We-
is, we go plan go, and if he's not, then we go to the docks. How's that sound, guys?
Sounds good to me.
I mean,
We
if we
obviously
want
won't do that right now
out.
because Maddie will have to prepare material for that. But
I have slides of the clinic and the docks and places that I presumed you'd go.
I mean, we're saying
We're not going to do
we're
it
doing
tonight because we're at
Yeah.
time, but
We're saying
no.
we're doing it right now, which right now it's going to be next time
Yeah.
on Dragon Ball Z.
yeah, exactly.
yeah,
Find out he's there. If he's there, then we go get him.
Okay, so that's what I'm planning for. You're leaving the Golden Dragon tonight, and you're going to go right to Sector 4 to go to the clinic.
Yes.
He's there.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. No
'Cause
takesy
that's
backsies.
the-
If I'm
that-
preparing
that's-
this,
Yes, I mean
Okay.
that's exactly where I want to be. Sector 4 at night without floodwater keeps people inside.
It's
I guess-
fine. I
You
have
have bulletproof
guns.
glass now.
I have gun. I have a cyber deck. It'll be fine.
I also
The-
have a gun.
The
two
resilience of
grenades.
Dust Rattler has not increased at all.
We have grenades.
It has. You have bulletproof windows.
It had that last.
Oh.
so everyone just stay behind the windows, and you'll be okay. But only the windows, not the rest of the door.
yeah. Not the metal.
All right. Well, then this is what we'll do. I mean, you as the players, you can collude and talk and everything in our channel and go from there. I will prepare things then to have you go and visit the clinic right after this meeting then, and see what happens. Is you've chosen the mystery option.
Yes.
The myth.
We want to help.
Okay.
We want to help JP help his friend.
All right. Well then, everyone,
Help
thank you
brings
out
a
there in
tear
the
to an
audience
old man's eye.
for hanging out and watching. We're going to go on a raid to Dreaded GM. I'm going to take you down to Australia. Looks like they're playing a game of Dungeons and Dragons as well. And
But is it actually done? Dragons.
oh, and Robert Hartley DM is also a part of that crew too. Which maybe some of you, if you are D&D nerds, have seen him broadcast as well. Anyway, let's go on that raid. To my players, thank you very much for another fun week. I will plot I will plot and detail this mystery as your chosen course, so that you can go through it. And for the audience, again, thank you for being here. We'll see you next week. It is now spring. Let's get out there and go out into the world and enjoy it. Touch a little bit of the grass as it's starting to wake up as well. I will see you around later here on the channel. And take care, everyone. Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.